Okay, so did you make your predictions?
I did.
Had the mystery camera up. You felt it was
I feel like it's Washington State. It's on the West Coast because of the fog.
Too.
So I'm going
Seattle.
Maybe Seattle. Definitely Washington State, but I'm going Seattle.
Okay, let's go together. Seattle. What do you think, Amy?
It's like an ice rink, so obviously it's somewhere cold enough to have an outdoor ice
West
rink.
Coast. I think we've narrowed it to that.
I'm going to say Minneapolis.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good guess. I don't know if it's far enough time zone though.
And the answer is
what? Okay.
Raleigh. Is it really that foggy over Raleigh right now?
Apparently.
Well, now that.
And
I
is
feel
it
like it's a
cold
trick
enough to have
shot.
an outdoor ice rink in Raleigh? 55 degrees.
The Red Hat Amphitheater is where that view is from, at their ice skating rink.
I'd have to say we were not even close today.
All right.
Well, we thought Snowcat Ridge was cold.
Right, the fog clearly threw us off there. All right, we've also got the final results. Another important question, and it held steady. Would you cancel your holiday plans if you're sick? 82% of the viewers on Good Day Orlando Extra said yes. I'm going to look out for the people I'm going to. 18% said nope, I'm good, I'm going.
Nope, flu or not, I'm going to be there and eat turkey.
Nobody wants the cook to sneeze on the turkey.
No, you don't want that as well. It probably depends where you're going to. Like if it's Grandma's house that is the amazing Thanksgiving, I'm going.
Right. We hope you have a great
What a show, by the way.
It was a great show. Yeah, action-packed and
Celebrities galore. Yeah.
Lots of fun. If you're heading to the playoff games tonight, great weather for that too. And of course, we got Battle of the Bands tonight, and then the big game tomorrow. Right. So FAMU taking on Bethune-Cookman at Camping World Stadium. Don't miss that.
Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back here tomorrow starting Thanksgiving week. We'll see you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. At this hour, I want to let you know we are tracking reports and a developing story out of Indian River County where it appears deputies from the sheriff's office have been shot. We don't have a whole lot of details right now. The Attorney General made that announcement earlier today. Governor Ron DeSantis spoke about it very briefly just a couple of minutes ago at his news conference in Crystal River. We are working to get some more details, and we'll let you know. We will continue to follow that story as it develops. Let me take you live right now to Crystal River, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking, announcing some infrastructure investments right now. So let's go ahead and listen in live. He just walked up to the podium maybe 3 minutes ago or so. So let's go ahead and listen in live as the governor speaks right now.
And we're going to keep going forward. Now, which brings us here today is We really believe in communities all throughout Florida. We're not just focused on the places that everybody, you go to different parts of America, particularly you go to like the Northeast, like they think all of Florida is basically just Palm Beach to Miami, right? Like that's what they think of Florida. They don't think of Citrus County. They don't think of Levy County. They don't think of any of that. But we know obviously we've got a lot going, and we want to be helpful. And we were just at the Rural Economic Conference yesterday in Ocala. The thing about it is, I could bring like $50 million to Miami or Tampa or something. It's almost like, okay, not that people don't appreciate, but you bring support for some of the rural, they really appreciate it, and the money goes a lot farther to do some of the things that they're doing. So we've been a big advocate of really doing this, and I know you've had great legislators in the area. You had a great senator here, Blaise Ingoglia. And when the CFO position became vacant, the governor has to appoint a replacement. He was a clear choice to do that, just given his track record. Awesome, and I knew he would do good. But I will tell you, he's exceeded expectations. He's out there. There's nobody that's stronger in defending taxpayers in Florida than Blaise has been, and he's holding account. Yes, some of these liberal mayors for overspending, but there are also red counties that are overspending like Manatee, and he's held them accountable. So I think he's done a really, really good job, and I know, he's from just south of here in Hernando, but you guys should be proud of the job he's doing. And I know, is Ralph here? So you got... So you got a good one incoming, and like these special, it takes a long time. It's like Blaise we did like months ago, but by the time you do the primary and all that, but I was really pleased to support Ralph on day one. He's done a fantastic job in the legislature, and we'll pick up right where Blaise left off in the Florida Senate. So congratulations. I know the election's coming up, but I wouldn't... I wouldn't want to be opposite Ralph with the D next to my name. I know that on the ballot, so I think he's going to do pretty good. We are, we're proud of having led on so many different things in terms of economic opportunity, but we're in a period of economic uncertainty for this country. I think if you look around, so much of this it's been driving the stock market and all this is basically these big tech companies, the Magnificent Seven, and it's all about artificial intelligence, which, by the way, it's a whole nother conversation. We're going to be rolling out some good policies on AI. There's some people saying, well, the federal government should just take over and not let the states do anything. I reject that. I think, we have a responsibility to stand up for you. So, for example, I think it's wrong if they come in to build a data center and then charge the normal customers higher for electricity. We're not going to let that happen. That's not right. I think it's wrong if they are using your likeness and putting out, false information under you, because sometimes it's hard to even tell, it is. I think it's wrong if things are targeting children, particularly for sexual exploitation, and we've seen technology being done this is kind of taken to a whole new level. So we're going to defend our right to be able to basically protect your freedom. And the way I view it is, yes, my job is to protect your freedom from government. And the state of Florida, we have millions of more people than New York State. Our budget's less than half of their budget. We have the lowest number of state government workers per capita in the entire country. So we've got a very lean government, and I think we've done it well. And we fought Biden a lot when Biden was in there. We sometimes have to fight some of the local governments during COVID. They wanted to put people in jail for not wearing masks. I said that ain't gonna fly in Florida, and so we went down to Broward County and we basically stopped the madness. They wanted to do the masking of these poor kids in school, and I was like, not going to happen. So we did an executive order. So that is obviously it, but. Your freedom can also be undermined by these massive companies that have hugely concentrated power and have massive impact over our society, over speech. we were doing COVID. I'd bring in these great guys, Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford. He's now the director of NIH. At the time, he was one of a few lonely voices speaking out against Fauciism and saying, no, you don't do this stuff. We would do roundtables, and I'd have people from Oxford, like really good people, but they were counter the narrative. And so what did Google and they would take our videos down. Our stuff would get censored. Well, I'm sorry, like that impacts your freedom to communicate. And they'll say, oh, well, it's a private company. Yeah, but how much speech goes on, and just a handful of these companies control so much of it. So I think your freedom can be impacted by a handful of massive companies. And so we just want to make sure that we're protecting people's freedom to be able to make the most of their God-given ability, have a good life here, prosper, get ahead. Government can be an impediment to that, but so can some of these really. And oh, by the way, a lot of those companies have been working very closely with government over the years. I mean, they weren't censoring just willy-nilly. They were doing that at the behest of people like Fauci. So we're very mindful of all that. So we're gonna make sure that we have a really robust, I think, package that's going to just put Floridians first and put our people first, and that spans across a lot of things. But there's a lot of uncertainty because they're projecting, profits on the back of this. So they're spending all this money. I mean, unbelievable amounts of money, to create. They're building a data center in Louisiana that's the size of Manhattan. They're doing it in these other places, and it's like, okay, you need this infrastructure, you got to have all this for computing, but the problem is, something like OpenAI, they're not making a lot of money. I mean, they're not making any net profit, but their revenues in. So it's like, where are you going to go? And like, if that doesn't pan out, then you're going to start to see all kinds of shock waves go through the entire economy. And I think what we've done in Florida, we've been ranked #1 economy 3 years in a row by both CNBC and U.S. News World Report, but we have a lot more durability than we used to have. We have way more manufacturing. We've added tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs just since I've been governor. We've got a huge space industry that is booming. Unlike, I remember 15 years ago it was dead, right? Obama retired the shuttle, totally dead. We have that. We do have a lot of finance that have moved out of New York City. I mean, wouldn't you, if with the way it's been governed? I mean, like, and now they're gonna have a new mayor, and people are gonna be longing for people like De Blasio, because this guy's gonna be more left than him, and it's not gonna be good for public safety and all these other things. So we're doing that, and we want to make sure we continue to do it. But there's certain things that that are not susceptible to necessarily what the market's doing, what the Fed is doing, what Congress is doing, because Congress isn't going to do the right thing. So you have all this. The things that we can do to be helpful are really on supporting infrastructure, making sure that communities are able to bounce back if we do end up having storms in the future. Making sure that we're paving the way to have more economic opportunity. And one of the tools that we have for that is something called the Job Growth Grant Fund. It's a fund that the governor is able to do projects. So the locals submit their projects, and sometimes they'll say, hey, we're going to do 10 million, can you do 5 or whatever, and however they want to do it. And then our Commerce Department evaluates it, and then we kind of make decisions, what can get the most bang for the buck. And so, there's a lot of things that are done that are good. We've done a lot on job training. We've done expanding commercial truck drivers, which I think is really important, and they need to know English when they're driving these trucks. I mean, how stupid can you be to put now we don't do it, but California, putting people behind the wheel who can't read the street signs, can't read what's on the interstate. It's just insane. So we've worked on that. We've worked on concrete skills in high schools and in state colleges so that you do. And that's a whole nother thing with this artificial intelligence. People are almost bragging about it. They think it's like a good thing that it's going to take all these jobs away from people. I don't think it's a good thing if people do. But the question is and whether that's true or not, the people that have the concrete vocational skills, like that's going to be necessary. You're going to continue to need that. HVAC, you're going to continue to need welding, you're going to continue to need all that stuff for the foreseeable future. So we've worked hard to do it. And, so they'll do it, and we'll look to see, okay, what does this do? What does this do? I was telling the story yesterday in Ocala. They came to me a couple years ago, probably about 2 years ago, for an interchange off I-75. And, I-75 in Ocala can be a problem. We're actually doing a lane expansion there, and that's all underway. We accelerated that by a decade. So hopefully, that'll offer relief. But they're like, hey, we want to build this. And I'm like, all right. So I'm looking at the thing, and they're like, yeah, we think we can, if you do an interchange here, if you do an exit, we can, create a pathway to an industrial park. I'm like, okay. And then they're like, and we think we also, may be able, to go and you can do something else or whatever. And I'm like, all right, yeah, it's good. And, but I hear a lot of this stuff. And then finally they're like, oh, yeah, and if you do that, they're going to put a Buc-ee's in right there. And I was like, all right, well, I'm sold. I'm doing it at Buc-ee's. Like, no question. So they actually are doing Buc-ee's off I-75 in Ocala. And so you guys, when you're doing, if you go north on 75, I don't know exactly. Do you know when it's going to 2026? Yes. 7 or 6? 2026. You'll be able to do it. Have you guys been to Buc-ee's? Okay. If you haven't, look, nobody knows more about service stations than me, okay? Because I travel the state. I've been to almost every Wawa. I've been to Busy Bee. I've been to, all these places. And so I know. So we have 2 Buc-ee's, and it's from Texas. One is in St. Augustine off 95, World Golf Village exit. The other is off in Daytona off the LPGA Boulevard exit. And so we went to the opening of the LPGA Daytona one, and we're cutting the ribbon, all this other stuff. But you go in there, and I've been in. I mean, for a service station, it's Shangri-La, right? I mean, 90 gas pumps. You go in, it's like a department store. I mean, you can get clothes and all this other stuff, whatever. Then they have unbelievable drinks, any kind of drink you want, and they have a barbecue made to order, just doing brisket and doing all this. They're doing, a lot of times they'll have delis where they're doing stuff like Wawa does. They have a fudge station where they're churning out fudge.
Governor DeSantis talking about Buc-ee's again, talked about it again, when was that? Yesterday, I guess, in Ocala as well, because there's going to be one in that area. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know we are continuing to track reports out of Vero Beach in Indian River County, where according to reports out of Palm Beach, the Vero Beach mayor telling news outlets there that one deputy is dead, multiple others injured following a shooting there. Again, we don't have that independent confirmation, but that is what we are seeing according to multiple reports from the Palm Beach market there. This happened at the Bermuda Club along A1A north of Vero Beach, while deputies were attempting to serve some sort of eviction notice. It's still not a lot of details right now. I do want to play for you a brief soundbite from Governor Ron DeSantis, who at the very beginning, as I mentioned to you just a few minutes ago, at the very beginning of his news conference in Crystal River, talked about what we know about this. Here is what he said.
We are monitoring situation in Indian River County. We had 3 officers that have been shot, a suspect. There's just a lot going on, but just know Florida Department of Law Enforcement is engaged, working with the sheriff and the local community, and we'll hope for the best results out of that.
So that was Governor DeSantis just a few minutes ago. I can give you a live look right now. This is a live image from Vero Beach. We are also expecting a news conference at noon with Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers going to give some more information about what we know about this. We are doing everything we can to make sure we have a live feed of that news conference for you. Again, this is a live image courtesy WFLX. And you can see a little bit of the scene there. Law enforcement vehicles, unclear where exactly the shooting might have happened. Again, we do have an idea that this was at the Bermuda Club, and they were serving an eviction notice. So I would imagine that these cameras that we're seeing are kind of far back from the actual scene. But again, we're standing by for a news conference at noon, and we will bring you those details as we get them, try to bring that news conference to you live. And I'll let you know as soon as we get confirmed that we will have a live feed for that. But I would expect that by then we will. So this is a big story we are monitoring today. Governor DeSantis, again, talking about that just a couple of minutes ago at his news conference in Jacksonville. Attorney General James Uthmeier also mentioned this, and that was a little bit earlier, so didn't have all the details even that the governor had. But the Attorney General holding a moment of silence for the deputies. Again, 3 deputies shot. We do know that. That's according to the governor. And then the Vero Beach mayor saying 1 deputy dead and multiple others injured. So we're continuing to track that today, and we'll continue to bring you up to date as we get those developments. We are going to step aside, take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks gearing up for it's gonna.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Easy for
I'm
me to
without
say.
words.
Easy for me to say. Weekend ahead.
There's no other way to describe it except for picture perfect. We're gonna have some fog in the mornings, but daytime temperatures in the 80s. Don't forget the sunscreen. Here's a live view from Port Canaveral. The UV index will be high. We're at a nice low latitude down here in Florida, about 29 degrees north, and even in these cooler months when the sun angle is at its lowest, it can still burn you after a little while. 75 degrees in Bushel, warming up real fast through this 11 a.m. hour. We're going to top out about 85 in Bushel, 83 in Orlando, and about 79 at New Smyrna Beach. Just gorgeous. Well, the travel season has begun with Thanksgiving, and travel should be A-OK along the Gulf Coast all the way to Texas with temperatures in the 80s, but watch out for some storms from Montgomery to Atlanta, the dividing line between cold air to the north and warm air to the south. It's only in the 40s in D.C. and in Chicago. Earlier, we had some Fox weather alerts come up for flooding in Southern California. Flash flooding this morning, extensive flash flooding. It's thanks to an area of low pressure that could result in delays if you're flying into LAX or Burbank or Ontario, California for this afternoon. Otherwise, I want to show you the system because this is coming our way in one form or another by the end of next week across the country and bringing with it a chance for some showers. Elsewhere around the country today, we've got some showers in Omaha and St. Louis, up through Richmond, and some snow across northern New England. Look at the shot from Yosemite National Park. Beautiful here in the High Sierra. It is gorgeous. You can see the dome there, the half dome, and all that snow. Anyway, back home here in Florida from where we broadcast and webcast and stream. Our next rain chance holds off until Thursday, which is Thanksgiving of next week, with a weak cold front coming in. It looks like it will be starved of moisture, so there's not going to be a lot of rain with this thing, but it could bring in some slightly cooler weather thanks to clouds and a little bit drier air coming into the region on Black Friday, which is a week from today. So overall, though, our pattern will be ruled by high pressure dominating the region. We've got high pressure that means temperatures in the 80s, not just today, but through the weekend, through really all of next week. Cold air tries to come in, doesn't really make it, so high pressure takes control again and takes us into the first full week of December with temperatures rebounding into the mid 80s. There will be another California low pressure system, atmospheric river as it's known, big trough in the west that'll help to amplify our beautiful weather. So the better our weather is, the worse their weather is. Eventually, though, that system's going to head east and bring another chance for some rain. We're at a major deficit, though. I know there's a lot of numbers on this map, different ways of describing the fact that our area is to the west, not in Orlando, but like Tampa Bay up through Tallahassee, down through Fort Myers, anywhere from 12 to 24 inches below in our rainfall for the last 365 days. So that's the deficit. Like, we'd have to get 2 feet of rain to make up for that. And obviously you don't want to have all that in one dose. That would be a catastrophic flood. But it's been this long duration dry trend that's really added up. And so drought is expanding rapidly. The exemption of the drought is Orlando, Daytona, Melbourne. We're free of drought because we've had a pretty healthy rainy season. And it was with an exclamation mark on it at the end of October with that flooding we had in Umatilla and Titusville, Lake and Brevard counties with 12 to 20 inches of rain. So it's sink or swim, quite literally. And in the Panhandle, it's an exceptional drought, which is the worst kind around Tallahassee. So we're lucky here in Orlando, but not so much as you get to Tampa. So it's going to be 5 more months of dry season, which means that the drought will expand, and even our area in Orlando will start to see drought conditions by the end of the year. But it could be a big burn season in the springtime with exceptional drought spreading across the state. For Thanksgiving, just a chance for a few showers, and on Black Friday, overcast skies for a big portion of the day, about 78 degrees, so weather should not be a factor. And if you have friends and family in town this weekend into next week, it's going to be Florida doing its thing, flexing how beautiful it is, and maybe wooing them to finally make that big move from Jersey. For better or worse.
Well, this is the time of year that I think a lot of us wait for.
Yes.
The weather is just so beautiful.
Well, it was our family's from this general region, Georgia and Florida, Bradenton and southeast Georgia. But I had lived up north for a long time in New England, and when I came down in January to visit, I was shocked and stunned at how nice it was.
Yeah.
And the weather was just like it's going to be this weekend. It was like 82 degrees.
Love
and it
it.
was like, why am I living in the snow? and here I am. So very, very thankful for that. But Garrett, I'm excited for it. We just need a little bit of rain at some point.
Yeah, that is true. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Have a great weekend.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, just want to let you know we are continuing to monitor the situation out of Indian River County. Here is another live look outside the Bermuda Club in Vero Beach. This is from WFLX. We are expecting, again, a news conference at noon from the sheriff. 1 deputy dead, multiple others injured after a shooting there. Again, the deputies were taken to the hospital with a police escort. So continuing to keep an eye on this situation out of Indian River County. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. A new report this week from Atom Data Solutions shows that Florida leads the country when it comes to the worst foreclosure rate in the United States. It's 1 in every 1,829 units. And there are several Florida cities with the worst foreclosure rates, and unfortunately Orlando comes in at number 3. So joining us to talk about that and also the state of the housing market in our area is Lawrence Bolito. He's the 2025 president of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association, and he joins us live now via Zoom. And Lawrence, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Thank you for having me, Garrett. It's always great to be back.
First, I just want to start and get your reaction to hearing this. Does this surprise you that Florida has the worst foreclosure rate in the country?
It does surprise me because we're still holding steady with our sales. And to hear that there's a rise in foreclosures, it could be a little normal depending on a homeowner's situation, whether it was from a loss of employment, maybe a separation, or any factor that could have affected their lifestyle.
Why do you think that is, that we're seeing more in Florida than anywhere else? Anything in particular that stands out?
It could be just the influx of people that we had moving here to Florida, buying up all the inventory during the COVID years, and then most people leaving back to go back to their states, or any factors can play to the rise. But again, it always depends on the person's scenario, whether it could have been their loss of employment or a passing in a family, or whoever was a co-borrower is just not there anymore. So there could be just so many factors that could be playing into this number now.
The cities with the highest rates: Tampa, Jacksonville, and Orlando. Your reaction to that?
Surprising, actually, because those are very hot spots, very popular areas that everyone's coming down to live in, and people love Tampa. Because it's so close to the coast. Everybody loves Central Florida because just there's so much opportunity. And the same for Jacksonville. There's just so much growth. So to hear these numbers are growing in foreclosures seem normal. And at the same time, I don't see it going any further than that, just because we have such a great state to live in. We still have lower taxes than all across the states. And we still, in general, offers so much opportunities for businesses to come down here to open up their business and get things started. It's a great place. We removed the business tax from commercial properties, and now we have just so much opportunities once again.
Do you think this says anything about this? There's been a lot of talk about property insurance and and property taxes as well. Do you think that plays a role in some of this?
Absolutely. And the good news about property insurance is from my insurance contacts, they're telling me that they're starting to balance out. So we're seeing more insurance companies coming back and making insurances much more affordable than before, where they were skyrocketing and leaving the area. It looks like they're starting to balance out a little bit and softening up on their insurance policies.
Well, and that's encouraging because that's something that I'm sure when realtors are working with buyers that has to be part of the discussion and the consideration of what you can afford.
Absolutely. And we always want to make sure that items are insurable. The biggest things that the insurance companies are looking at are always the roof, the age of the roof, the age of the air conditioner, and the age of the water heater. Those are the big 3 ticket items that they're always looking at to make sure that it's not past its life expectancy, and then have to replace it once they get the new insurances bound when the homeowner purchases. So that's one of the biggest things that they're looking at. But again, they're becoming much more flexible when it comes to approving these policies for the homeowner.
Now let's talk about the Orlando housing market right now. I know the ORRA just released its October inventory report. What were some of the takeaways, and how are things looking here in the housing market in our area right now in Central Florida?
It looks much more stable. We've been at the same pattern the whole year. The median price is still at $380,000, and we're still looking at about 5.5 months of inventory. And we always say that the 6 months of balance is a balanced market for everyone. When there's 6 months of supply for listings, then that means it's a balanced market for buyers and sellers. And it's taking about roughly 77 to 80 days to get a property sold, or to at least go under contract.
But you're also seeing more homes for sale and more new homes listed, more new contracts as well compared to last year. So still seeing things go through.
Absolutely, which is a blessing because we're seeing so many people still moving down to Central Florida. We're still seeing about 1,000 per week, and that right there it's what's affecting the inventory. So that is keeping the inventory so balanced right now. Just the influx of people moving to our beautiful state.
What is the outlook for the next little bit here in our area? What are you kind of keeping an eye on when it comes to trends?
What I'm keeping an eye on is the growth potential for all the cities. And currently we're at around 6% in interest rates. So we're going to see more buyers getting out there, getting off the fence and jumping on the opportunity to purchase their first home, or maybe upgrade to the next big home that they want. So we're going to see some more inventory coming to the market, but at the same time getting bought up by buyers. So the sellers need to price their home appropriately so they can get their home sold to the right buyer.
Right, Lawrence Bolito, 2025 president of the Orlando Regional Realtors Association. Always good talking with you. We appreciate your perspective here, and thanks for joining us here today.
Always a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Before we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, I do want to just to let you know we're continuing to monitor the situation out of Vero Beach, where one deputy is dead and multiple others are injured. We are still standing by for that news conference coming up around noon, where we hope to hear more from the sheriff, Eric Flowers. And I'm trying to give you the live picture, but it looks like the photographer there is relocating to a new spot. So I can't show you that right now. But we are continuing to monitor that, and we will bring you any new details as we get them. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. And here is a live look at downtown Orlando, and Lake Eola looking good on this Friday. And as we head into the weekend, not sure what you might have in store, but if you're looking for something to do, you have come to the right place. It's the Community Crossroads, and we are joined by our friends from U-Nation to tell us about some of the big things going on this weekend that you might want to check out. Bring in Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager, and Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator, both of them with U-Nation, and we appreciate y'all joining us here today.
Happy Friday. It's honestly the highlight of our day, getting to tell everyone about the great things to do this weekend. So thanks for having us, Garrett.
And just like always, there is no shortage of things to do. Let's start with the Jingle Eve parking lot party. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so if you're actually looking for plans tomorrow, this event's going to start at 4 p.m. You can kick off the holiday season parking lot style at Gnarly Barley and GB Bottle Shop. Both parking lots are going to be having some fun events going on. They're going to have festival vibes, all different holiday vendors there. It's free, it's family friendly and pet friendly. They're going to have a lot of local vendors with gifts, crafts, and goodies. You can enjoy some of your favorite local places. They're going to have an outdoor bar as well. GB Bottle Shop has some great local drinks there too, from all different breweries around Orlando if you've never been. And Gnarly Barley has amazing sandwiches, and they redid their parking lot pretty recently and they have an awesome outdoor space to sit at and check out. So if you haven't seen them with their new outdoor space, it's definitely worth going and seeing. There's also going to be live music and entertainment. And then, of course, holiday photo ops, which we love, seasonal drinks, and a lot of places and things going on with the community.
So a lot to offer there, it sounds like. What should people know if they plan on heading out?
Yeah, so just be prepared to walk and park kind of far because the parking lots will be shut off. Be ready, come with an empty stomach, come with friends, bring your pets, bring your family. It's going to be a really great time.
Yeah, definitely take the advice of come with an empty stomach by the sounds of it. It sounds like a lot of good offerings there.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the Florida Coffee Festival that is also going on. What can we know about that?
That's going to also be tomorrow. This one starts a little bit earlier at 10 a.m. and runs until 6 p.m. If you love coffee, this is going to be the place to go. You're going to be drinking coffee all day. Again, do not start with a coffee. Get ready because you're going to be loaded up on caffeine, matcha, and chai. They're even going to have a barista competition with live latte art to see who's the best in Orlando. There's going to be live music, artist markets, and unlimited coffee samples from over 60 Florida roasters with your ticket. There's going to be DJs, local artists, workshops and talks, exclusive merch, and photo-worthy installations. It's a lot going on, and if you love coffee, you cannot skip out on the Florida Coffee Festival. This is the highlight of our weekend.
All that coffee talk is already just making me jittery from thinking about all the caffeine. But I've got to know, what are y'all's favorite coffee drinks?
Ooh, okay, that's a tough one. I drink 1 or 2 coffees a day, and I love to switch it up. Today, I actually got a banana bread iced latte with an extra shot of espresso. 10 out of 10 from the Orlando Cat Cafe.
Okay, Ashley, what about you?
Garrett, this is going to give me some hate, all right? I actually don't drink coffee. All the energy you see is completely natural. I'll have a green tea or a chai as my little treat, but I'm a water gal. Crazy.
Okay, you want to hear something too? That makes 2 of us. I'm not much of a coffee drinker either.
Garrett, we're not alone. We're not alone.
We're not. Although a lot of times I feel like I am.
There's 2 of us here.
Something for everyone at the Florida Coffee Festival. It's not just coffee, like you said. Some other things to check out there as well.
Yeah, matcha and chai. So if you're not a coffee drinker, they still have drinks for you.
All right, I can go for that. And we're also talking about 2 Girls in a Market with their early holiday shopping market this weekend.
One of my favorite aspects of this season is all of the local vendor holiday markets. We touched on one of them in Jingle Eve. That's probably more on the East Orlando side. But if you're in West Orlando, the 2 Girls in a Market's going to be the one for you. It's happening at Home State Brewing Company this Saturday from 5 to 9 p.m. And that's over in Hamlin. So shop small. You'll be able to browse from a lineup of local vendors and makers to get that holiday shopping started, so you're not doing it last minute. Enjoy some craft brews from Home State, highly recommend the Party Goblin if it's your first time there. Nothing says party like the Party Goblin from home state. They'll also have live music for you to enjoy. And of course, the whole thing's going to be decorated in the best holiday vibes. It's totally family friendly. Bring your dogs, bring your kids, and it's free admission to attend. And if it's your first time in the Hamlin area, that part of Winter Garden in Orlando has just grown exponentially in the last few years. And if you haven't been recently, you haven't been. There's so much to do around there, from Topgolf to urban air. The trampoline park that just opened up over there. There's also a movie theater, so you can go see Wicked before then. There's truly so much to do. And then obviously end your day at Two Girls in a Market.
Ashley, you got to tell us more about the Goblin.
Oh, it's very hoppy. I'm not a huge beer person. I usually stick to like their beer mosa or a wine when I go there, honestly, but it's my partner's favorite and he gets it every single time.
Okay, I am sold. I am sold. That's the sounds good to me.
Party Goblin.
That's right. Party Goblin. Making a note of that. All right, you talked about Wicked. We know today the movie comes out. Are y'all big Wicked fans?
Oh, I'm a huge Wicked fan. Huge. Saw it on Broadway and it changed my life.
All right. So
I have not seen Wicked yet.
You haven't seen part 1 yet?
No, I haven't seen either one of them. Don't come at me in the comments, please.
It's okay. We're just coming at everyone with our hot takes today. Not drinking coffee, not seeing Wicked, all that stuff. But there is a Wicked-themed pop-up at the Lake Nona Wave Hotel. What can you tell us?
Yes, the Osmopolitan is here and its last day is actually tomorrow. So go now while you still have the chance. It is a pop-up that is completely themed right outside of the Lake Nona Wave Hotel in their sculpture garden. And it is glorious. It is beautiful. So yes, snap your Instagram pictures, go in your Elphaba green or your Glinda pink, whatever one you want. And they also have food and drinks that are the flair. So the popular punch is topped with cotton candy, and I'm a sweet gal to the core. That is my drink. It is so good. It is so sweet. It is so fruity. But if it's not really your vibe, you can also get the green elixir. And again, you have some really great Instagram pop-ups, dramatic decor. If you want to go get some more bites, then definitely head upstairs to the Garni Cafe. They have some Oz-inspired themed bites as well for a whole evening that is themed to Wicked. I almost said the Wizard of Oz. And again, once you're in Lake Nona, it's walking distance from the town center. So there's so much to do in that area. Head to Boxy Park. You can head to dinner somewhere else if you're not feeling like Oz and all out and just coming for the experience of the Osmopolitan pop-up. Again, that is on Fridays and Saturdays. Its last day is today and tomorrow from 6 to 9 p.m. in the Lake Nona Sculpture Garden. Make sure you hit it out this weekend.
All right, it definitely looks like a pretty Instagrammable spot for folks looking for that.
Oh, we got plenty of pictures last time we were there.
All right, good deal. Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley with the U Nation. Always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here today for the Community Crossroads. And where can folks find out more about some of the events that we didn't have time to talk about today?
There's so much more happening this weekend, so be sure to download the free U Nation app to make all of your weekend plans. And you guys can stay connected with us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando. And we will see you guys next week. And in the meantime, go make the most of your weekend.
All right, grab a coffee and make it happen. Ashley and Sarah, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you this live look outside the Bermuda Club in Vero Beach, where we are awaiting a news conference shortly about a deputy who was shot and killed. Multiple others, a couple of other deputies believed to have been shot and injured while they were serving an eviction notice. That's according to WPTV in West Palm Beach. The Vero Beach mayor confirming that a deputy is dead, multiple others injured. Again, we are waiting for a news conference around noon that will hopefully give us some more details. Again, we do have this live image. I don't have a confirmation right now that we will have a live feed of the news conference, but we are efforting that, and I hope to have that live for you coming up in just a few minutes, because I'm not sure exactly where that that news conference is going to be. That live image was from WFLX in the area. So we will keep you updated on that and continue to update you with any details we learn from that developing story today. Meanwhile, the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Florida was in Tampa earlier today holding a news conference where he talked about federal charges in a national security investigation that they say involved advanced technology. This was the arrest, according to the U.S. Attorney, of who are accused of exporting AI technology to the People's Republic of China. This is Greg Kehoe, who is the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Florida, who spoke at a news conference just a little bit ago.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Greg Kehoe, the U.S. Attorney from the Middle District of Florida. I'm here with two gentlemen on my left, Jason Sarjensky, the Special Agent in charge of Defense Criminal Investigative Service, Jonathan Gray, Special Agent in charge, acting, for the Bureau of Industry and Security, the Office of Enforcement Experts, and to my right is Mike Cochran, the Assistant Special Agent in charge and acting Special Agent in charge of the Homeland Security investigations here in Tampa. What we're here today is to talk about the arrest of U.S. citizens and Chinese nationals that were arrested for exporting artificial intelligence technology to the People's Republic of China in 4 separate transactions that you have before you in the indictment and in the press release. They are charged with transporting what is known as graphic processing units, GPUs, as described in the indictment, which are used for artificial intelligence applications. And we can talk a little bit about the enhancement of intelligence applications and why these are so desirable, but they are highly desirable items that are being sought throughout the world and being made by NVIDIA, which is the largest and most sophisticated manufacturers of GPUs. The 4 individuals that were indicted and taken into custody yesterday: Matthew Ho is a U.S. citizen born in Hong Kong. Brian Curtis, he was from here in Tampa. Brian Curtis, an individual, lives in Huntsville, Alabama. Kyam Lee, he's known as Tony Lee in the indictment. He is a PRC national here legally, and another student at USF, Jin Chang or Harry Chang, who is likewise a PRC. 2 of those individuals were taken before the court yesterday afternoon. Mr. Ho and Mr. Chen. Mr. Raymond was taken before the court in the Northern District of Alabama, and Mr. Lee was taken before the court in which district? In the Northern District of California, all yesterday. Let us just talk a little bit about how significant this matter is and the exportation of our technology to entities such as the People's Republic of China. And first, let's just talk a little bit about these graphic processing units. And NVIDIA, is the largest company in the world and the largest manufacturer in the world, and its GPUs are the most sophisticated in the world. Why are GPUs so desired? Well, we can talk a little bit about this, but they have an immense processing power that geometrically increases the ability for a communication system or deployment system to process information. And they're used in military and surveillance and cybersecurity applications. As many of you know and is well publicized, the People's Republic of China seeks to become the world leader in AI by the year 2020, and it seeks to use its artificial intelligence in military modernization applications, design and testing of weapon systems, and deployment of advanced AI surveillance equipment. There is a limit placed by the United States on the exportation of these types of products, the GPUs, to countries. And you have to inform the United States if, in fact, you are intending to export this type of technology because of what its potential use can be and to whom you are going to export that. In this particular case, obviously, this was being sent to our adversaries. And the concern, of course, as I just mentioned, is that these applications, when they go to our adversaries, are going to enhance military capabilities of adversaries and support our adversaries' surveillance systems. The scheme in this case went on for a relatively short period of time, from 2023 to just recently in November of 2025. And we have Ho, Raymond, Lee, and Chen conspiring to send these products, send the GPOs through a third party. So the structure was that they would send the GPOs out with the destination being, in this case, Malaysia and Thailand, when in fact they were going to be redeployed to the People's Republic of China. Where did it all start and why is it here in Tampa? It started here because Ho and Lee set up a real estate company called Janford Realtor LLC here in Tampa. And that was the entity that was involved in exporting this technology. Now the question remains, Janford Realtors, what did they do? Well, they didn't do any realty. They didn't sell, and they weren't involved in the realty business. And it was simply a front for the illegal exportation of the GPUs to the PRC. And if there's any question about whether or not the PRC was involved in this, of course, we know that it was, in fact, going there. But Mr. Lee, during the course of these transactions over a significant period of time, oftentimes bragged about his father's contact with the Communist Party of China, and also how easy it would be to deal with the Chinese government because of his familial contacts with the Chinese Communist Party. Raymond, of course, was the entity in Alabama that was, in fact, getting the NVIDIA GPUs that were used in this illegal exportation. And the exportation took place in 4 separate transactions. And you can see that outlined in the indictment and in the press release. The 2 transactions, in fact, went through. The last 3 were, in fact, caught. The first 2 were one in October and December. The Ho, Lee, and Chin exported 150 NVIDIA A100 GPUs that was sent from the United States through Malaysia. That went through. January 2025. Ho exported 250 NVIDIA A100 GPUs from the United States through Malaysia. That went through. In March of 2025, Ho and Raymond unsuccessfully attempted to export 10 Hewlett-Packard Enterprise supercomputers, which is very sophisticated information. These latter 2 that were seized were very, very sophisticated applications. They were containing NVIDIA H100 GPUs transshipped through Thailand. They were seized by the shipper and were frozen. The last were seized by law enforcement. That was in July of 2025. Ho and Raymond again unsuccessfully attempted to export 50 NVIDIA H200 GPUs from the United States to the People's Republic of China. Law enforcement was on it at this particular point, and those items were seized, and that never went through. Why did they do this? Why did these individuals get involved in these transactions, these 4 separate transactions? Why? Because they were made approximately $3.9 million in that relatively short period of time. And we have processed wire transfers from the People's Republic in China and elsewhere to the individuals in the United States to the tune of $1.9 million. The bottom line of this investigation in this case that took place here in Tampa, and not some far-reaching place throughout the world, it came in from a company here in Tampa as the East Coast conspirators sought to send some of the most sensitive U.S. technologies to an adversary on numerous occasions for money. And all we can say is thanks to the efforts of the law enforcement entities that you see before us today, that's been stopped, that has been seized, the items have been seized, and these individuals have been arrested. If you have any questions for this and anyone else at this regard, yes, sir.
You have to explain it slow for me because, you know, I'm challenged every day sometimes.
This is the story of my adult life. Don't worry about it.
Is this kind of technology stuff you could buy off the shelf here?
No.
Go to a store and get it, and then how do, if not, then how does someone buying it know that it is a controlled issue that should not be shipped to a foreign entity?
Well, when you export technology, and there is a list that the Commerce Department has of items that require a license in order to export. It's a very sophisticated, and people that are involved in the technology business know about the list and that there are you know, the export concerns on any number of pieces of technology. So when you're getting into that business of exporting technology, sophisticated technology like this, the legitimate exporters do in fact check what in fact they have to do. The second thing they do is when filling out the applications for an export license in order to export these items, they in fact tell the truth. Now there's a remarkable idea that they in fact have to tell the truth as to who the ultimate consumer is this. In this particular case, we had Malaysia and Thailand and entities in Malaysia and Thailand that were the ultimate consumer of this when in fact it wasn't true. Sorry.
So is this, again, it's not like some gaming computer you can go out and buy, you know, high-end for capacity or something. Tell me how it's different.
Well, you're getting into an area that probably you know, little knowledge is a dangerous thing. I do know that GPUs are very sophisticated pieces of technology because of their capabilities, and what their capabilities are, that with incredible speed, they're allowed to, they can digest data-intensive items, and their computation can be decreased time-wise, so that that in an AI industry, when you're getting all of that information in, their ability to digest and to spit that information out in an incredibly fast way makes it extremely valuable for anybody running a sophisticated AI system, especially if they have enormous amounts of information. That's the value of it. I am sure that it has enormous other values, but the biggest thing for them, you know, it accelerates the computer graphic analysis in a very short period of time. So if you're in the system and you have a weapon system and you want and you need information that is instantaneous, something like a GPU will assist. Now, if you're talking about somebody that's just using a gaming application at their home, they probably don't need that degree of sophistication. Sir.
How did these defendants initially get these GPUs? Did they just buy them?
All right, I want to get you live now to Indian River County, where Sheriff Eric Flowers appears to be getting ready to give an update and speak to reporters about a deputy-involved shooting that killed one deputy and injured multiple others. Let's go ahead and listen in live as this gets ready to begin here.
What an awful day. 6 days before Thanksgiving. This morning, our civil unit went out to 1137 Governor's Way in Bermuda Club, Somerset Bay, to serve an eviction. Resident of the home was evicting her son, a guy by the name of Michael Halberstam, born in '88. Our deputies and a locksmith were on scene in an effort to evict him court process, court paperwork, moved him out of that house. While they were in the entryway, having just made entry into the home, Mr. Halberstam retrieved a weapon. He began indiscriminately firing at our deputies on scene. We had 3 deputies there. Deputy Tino Arisby has been with us for 25 years. He was shot in the shoulder. He retreated into the garage. I spoke with him down at Longwood. He's recovering from his hurt. Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashkow, 47 years old, 25 years and 16 days of service with the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Made the ultimate sacrifice today. He was killed in the line of duty inside of that residence. The sergeant was also on scene. He was not injured. He did fire. Deputy Risby fired. As we continue through the investigation, we'll know if Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashkow ever fired a weapon or not. The locksmith that was on scene is currently in surgery in critical condition. The bad guy is currently in surgery in critical condition. Our team has been meeting with family members of all these folks to notify them of this awful tragedy. This is the second line of duty death in this 100 years. This year is 100 years. We're wearing this badge this year for 100 years of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Today I have the unfortunate task of telling you that we have the second line of duty death. Terry started her career. She's 47 years old. 25 years ago, she started as a dispatcher. She worked in patrol for 20 years, and in 2023, she was moved to our legal process civil unit. Our bad guy has a 2006 narcotics charge and a 2015 misdemeanor assault charge, both out of Virginia. We've had 7 calls to this residence all this month. Nothing before that. Almost all of them from the mother calling about him and her decision to ultimately evict him. Our real-time crime center has been working on finding more information about this suspect. They've identified some strange posts on social media. They've identified that he was fired from UPS, that he made some terrible comments about them, and that he had been posting some negative items about the Indian River County Sheriff's Office on his Facebook page. This is not someone that was on our radar. This is not somebody that we were actively engaged with. This was a standard call for service. This is the everyday call, the eviction, the regular duties that our deputies bravely do every day in and out. And today, Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashkow, 25 years of service, 47 years old, gave her life for this community. That answers the questions.
Did any of the deputies fire their weapons at this individual, or?
Yes, I can say that the sergeant that was on scene, Deputy Tino Arisby, both fired. Until we conduct our full investigation, I will not be able to tell you whether or not Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashkow fired the weapon or not.
Did the gunman have a legal right to own a handgun, or as a convicted felon he should not have had a gun?
Through our initial investigation, again, we are very early on in this investigation. We see nothing that would preclude him from having a weapon at this time.
What's the suspect's name, and then can you spell it?
Sure. The suspect's name in this case is Michael, common spelling, Halberstam, Halberstam, born in '88. Again, he is in surgery in critical condition.
Can you give the female deputy's name to someone?
Sure. Terry, Terri, Mashkow, Mashkow.
And what about the locksmith? Are you releasing the locksmith?
We're not releasing his name. We have been in contact with his family, but we are not currently releasing his name.
Why was the mother trying to evict her son?
We don't have these details yet.
The other deputies' names? Could you spell those?
Tino, Tino. It's actually Florentino Arizpe, Arizpe.
And the other deputies?
Sergeant Carlos was on scene. He's the civil sergeant. He was there on scene. First sergeant. Sergeant Gary Barlos was on scene.
Were they all taken to Longwood?
Yes, they were taken to Longwood. Yes.
Sheriff, how often do your deputies encounter confrontation or violence when just doing civil process service?
You know, they encounter people who are in distress. That's not unusual. An eviction is a very tense moment. Many times it's handled before they ever get there, and it becomes a commonplace call. But on occasion, they do encounter somebody who is in distress, and they have resources, and they work through those things. This is not a situation where a person would ever be expected to start shooting indiscriminately at these deputies. And just a terrible scene out there. Our team is going to be on scene for quite some time. It is it's the entire house is our crime scene. And of course, as you can imagine, our entire team has been activated. Our STAR team, our peer support team. We have local mental health resources helping our team. I want to thank you to all the sheriffs that's reached out to me, all the law enforcement leaders, Lieutenant Governor. I've heard from pretty much everybody today. And I want to thank them all for their concern, for reaching out to us. Our team, our Honor Guard team, will be transporting Terry. And obviously, as we have more information on this case, we will come back before you. We'll put out as much as we can. I see what.
The accused shooter, I guess, did he shoot himself as well?
We're still very early in the investigation, so I can't say. I can tell you that our deputies did fire at him, and he has been struck multiple times. And I would assume that it's our deputies that have made those shots, but I can't say for sure.
And the mom?
The investigation will do that.
And the mom was at the home at the time?
Mom was outside, so part of our standard eviction process would be to have anybody else that's involved go outside of the residence. So she was outside when it all occurred.
And so nobody else was in the house except for the shooter?
Nobody else except for the shooter was inside of the residence.
What is your overall reaction to this tragedy, Sheriff?
I'm absolutely heartbroken. I've worked my entire career with Terry, and as have pretty much everybody else at the agency. We don't have a lot of people who have been there beyond that time. 25 years is a long time. Having to call her mom today, having to let her husband know, absolutely the worst part of being a law enforcement leader. I can tell you that our team will feel this forever. Terry was an amazing deputy. She had a beautiful heart, and she will be missed. Thank you guys. We'll be back in touch when we have more information. Thank you.
The Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers giving an update there to reporters. I apologize for the audio quality. We were pulling that from Facebook Live. Here is a live picture from the scene in Vero Beach. The deputy identified as Terry Mashkow, 47 years old. They said she served in law enforcement for 25 years, killed in the line of duty today. You heard the emotion in the sheriff's voice as he talked about that. Another deputy shot in the shoulder. The suspect is in critical condition. According to the sheriff, deputies fired. He was hit multiple times. That suspect identified as Michael Halbersham. There was a locksmith who was also on the scene who was injured in the shooting, and we're told he is also in critical condition. The sheriff says that this was a standard call, a regular thing that the deputies do every day on duty. This was an eviction notice that they were serving. when the person they were serving that notice on, according to investigators, retrieved a gun and then opened fire. This is the second line of duty death in the 100 years of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Eric Flowers giving that information at that news conference just a few minutes ago. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon now, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Attorney General James Uthmeyer was in Jacksonville earlier today, holding a news conference at the Home Depot store in Jacksonville, where he announced an organized retail theft task force. Here is what he said alongside Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters and statewide prosecutor Brad McVeigh.
Well, today we're here to talk about organized retail theft and the state's efforts to combat it. It's been a priority for our law enforcement and the Office of Attorney General for several years now, working with the Retail Federation, but we're going to kick it up and do an even higher notch today. So today I'm joined by our statewide prosecutor, Brad McVeigh, Sheriff Waters, Chief Assistant Statewide Prosecutor Jonathan Bridges, that's going to be spearheading this organized retail theft task force initiative, Scott Shalley, President and CEO of the Retail Federation, and we have the store manager from this Home Depot store, Michael Treboni. Thank you for welcoming us here. Since I took the oath of office in February, we've had over 50 convictions for criminals in retail theft. We just took down 2 massive retail theft rings, one that involved Home Depot, 7 arrests from a coordinated effort to steal products from Home Depot stores. We were happy to take down that operation. We also brought serious charges. A guy's going to be doing a lot of time down in Palm Beach County who stole large amounts of baby formula, ultimately leading to prices of baby formula going up for new moms. A time when moms need all the help they can get. So thanks to the legislature and our governor, we've had rising penalties, higher penalties for retail theft crimes. We've been able to get more tools for law enforcement and our prosecutors to work together, put these cases together, and put bad guys away for a very long time. We're not going to just sit by on our hands and watch our stores turn into what you see in New York and San Francisco, where you've got plexiglass you got to go unlock plexiglass just to get some toothpaste at a CVS. We're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We're handing out long-term sentences to the slammer. We're going to put people away for a long time. We're going to send a message here in Florida. If you engage in crime, you are absolutely going to pay for it for a very long time. Today we're going to sign a memorandum of understanding between law enforcement and the Retail Federation that further commits ourselves to working together in partnership, our investigators, our private partners, law enforcement, to better crack down on these crimes. People that engage in this behavior are pretty smart. They find ways to commit crimes in different jurisdictions so that there are jurisdictional boundaries that make it more difficult for investigators to work together to put evidence together and ultimately bring cases. We're going to use our authority in the Office of Statewide Prosecution to bridge the gap. We've got the ability to work jurisdictional by jurisdictional basis, working together with the Retail Federation and investigators. We're going to cut red tape, streamline the process, and make it a lot easier to secure long-term convictions. So I stand by our law enforcement. Again, we're blessed to have the best law enforcement in the country. We're going to crack down on retail theft. We're not going to do the plexiglass. We're going to put bad guys away and send a message loud and clear, not in Florida. So with that, I'll turn it over to our statewide prosecutor, Brad McVeigh.
Thank you, General, and thank you, Home Depot. Beautiful store. Thanks for hosting us this AM. Today I'm proud to stand here with the Attorney General, our law enforcement partners, our loss prevention partners, to announce the launch of the new Organized Retail Theft Task Force. This task force will form a dedicated team that will aggressively investigate, prosecute, and dismantle criminal networks responsible for large-scale theft. Organized retail theft crime is not just shoplifting. Oftentimes, these are sophisticated criminal enterprises that steal millions of dollars from our businesses. They fuel drug trafficking, they endanger employees of the businesses, and they endanger customers. They ultimately result in higher prices for Floridians. And so since February, when the Attorney General started, this has been one of his priorities, and it continues to be. Since February, we've seen 52 convictions for organized retail theft. We have 185 targets under investigation currently in our office. We have 54 cases that have been filed with 84 defendants charged and 36 currently still being investigated in those cases. These crimes are increasingly bold. We see coordinated teams, smash and grab. We see flash mobs and even violence. We recently secured a decades-long prison sentence in Broward County on a two-defendant ring that involved thefts from Ultra Beauty stores. One of the defendants had 36 separate thefts. The other had 30. Two of those incidents involved violence against the workers in the store. And $220,000 in merchandise was ultimately stolen. We've seen the illegal immigration play a factor in this. We have in Tampa right now close to a dozen different illegal immigrants that have been either under investigation or have been charged with being part of an organized retail theft ring. So what you often see in terms of themes of these cases, dozens of thefts. It's multi-jurisdictional. You see targeted products, usually luxury goods or targeted retailers such as Home Depot, Walmart. We're seeing immigration play a role. And we have cases where goods are actually being shipped back to other countries. So stolen goods and then being shipped back to the country such as China, Venezuela, name a few in some of our cases. We see a lot of the defendants have long criminal histories. That's one of the the things we notice that's probably most frequent is that there's small time sentences that are being handed out, or it's a slap on the wrist, and this equates to the cost of doing business. So what we're going to look for is strong sentencing, prison for these cases, and to try to get as much restitution as we can. With respect to the task force, we're going to assign 6 prosecutors that will be working hand in hand with law enforcement to ensure continuity, expertise, and maximum impact. We will look to expand our law enforcement partnerships with local sheriffs, police departments, and state police. And we're going to focus on the worst offenders. We're going to look for long-term prison sentences and make sure that we dismantle the organizations at the head. Thank you again to the Attorney General and to our partners in law enforcement and retail for being part of this today. I think this sends a clear message to thieves in Florida that organized retail theft will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he raises a good point. These are not victimless crimes. It's easy to think of retail theft in that way, but no, you suffer. You suffer at the checkout line. Prices go up when companies have to make up for the loss of stolen goods, when they have to make up for the added expense, more resources that have to go towards security and investigations. So you suffer, and that's why we've got to hold these bad guys accountable. Nobody does that better than Sheriff Waters.
Good morning. So I'm honored to support the launch of the statewide investigative retail task force. I want to thank Attorney General Uthmeyer for his leadership on this important issue. In building out this statewide task force, the Attorney General's office empowers local law enforcement agencies to work collaboratively with partner agencies and prosecutors to ensure that organized retail theft schemes are investigated under the umbrella rather than piecemealed into individual theft investigations. By building cases that group related retail thefts into organized criminal schemes, investigators can arrest thieves for more serious charges and prosecutors can seek tougher sentences. This is a win for both the Jacksonville business owner and the consumer. As we head into the holidays, Jacksonville citizens will be shopping for their loved ones. These law-abiding citizens deserve holiday shopping experiences free of the burdens imposed upon them by thieves. There's nothing worse than a thief, in my opinion. We don't want all consumer goods in lock boxes and on store shelves, which has become a reality in some American cities, but not in Jacksonville, Florida, and not in Florida statewide. Here in Jacksonville, the rule of law, not the criminals, dictate the consumer and business owner experience. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has its own dedicated retail theft task force, and our investigators will continue to put full effort and resources into ensuring that thieves will be held accountable for their crimes. Jacksonville is a law and order town, and we will not allow thieves to short our businesses and render the holiday shopping experience one controlled by the criminal element rather than the law-abiding consumer. The launch of this task force, which we are excited about joining, reinforces that Florida stands tall as a law and order state. This state and our leadership prioritize protecting law-abiding citizens and promoting a fertile business culture. Organized retail thieves should take their scheme to another state because this is not the state nor the city to do this stuff in. Our leadership.
Strong words from the Jacksonville Sheriff, T.K. Waters, the Attorney General as well, talking about the retail theft task force that the state is launching, local law enforcement, the state, as well as the Retail Federation, all a part of that, and talking about how it is certainly not a victimless crime because those costs are eventually passed on to other law-abiding consumers like you and me who have to pay higher prices at the store. And we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It has been a busy week at the IAPA Expo at Orange County Convention Center, wrapping up this weekend after a long week with a lot of announcements and a lot going on the convention floor as well. So here to talk with us about the big highlights from the week is Theron White. He's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, and he joins us live right now from SeaWorld. Theron, looks like a great day to be out there.
It is a beautiful day out. The sun is shining. We've got a blue sky and coasters running behind me.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. And it makes sense that you are at SeaWorld today, Theron, because there was a big announcement from SeaWorld this week at IAPA.
Yes, that is correct. SeaWorld Orlando announced that they are going to be collaborating with Vekoma to build an all-new type of dark ride system, SeaQuest Legends of the Deep. I'm over right now in the Wild Arctic area of the park, and while we've got the Icebreaker coaster behind me, we've got some of the construction for this upcoming 2026 ride right there. There's going to be a lot of exciting things to come out. We don't know every detail, but we do know it's family friendly. We know it's going to be built by Vekoma, which is one of my all-time favorite ride manufacturers. And, you know, it's going to be another indoor attraction here at SeaWorld. So another spot to kind of avoid some of the sun, some of the rain, and some of the heat.
And we got to look at this new ride vehicle earlier this week at IAPA.
Yeah, it is a very, very cool ride system. So it's going to be suspended from the top, and it is going to be a dark ride system. So you're going to go in through different scenes. You're going to go through the Legends of the Deep. The vehicle itself, it's got audio effects. It's able to swing back and forth. It can move forward at a leisurely pace to be able to go and enjoy your ride. And then it's got these little like butt rumblers. I'm very interested to see exactly how that's going to be used inside of the attraction.
Yeah, pretty cool though, and just another kind of advancement for SeaWorld. They've really been kind of stepping out and doing some new things lately. It seems like with a lot of these rides.
That's absolutely correct. It's not the only new one. In fact, behind me in this direction over here, we've got Expedition Odyssey, which is their brand new ride for this year. It's going to be a simulator that's going to be using real world footage, and you're going to be taken into the Arctic. You're going to see animals, and it's cool that it's not just a simulator. It doesn't just have cool wind effects. It's got all of the sounds, but it's using real footage. So you're going to actually see animals in their actual environments, and you get to go on that experience. And again, especially for here in Florida, it's going to be indoors.
Yeah, even better. Love that. Theron, let's talk about Epic Universe because they won a lot of awards, major awards this week as well.
Yes, the TEA, that is the Themed Entertainment Association, they had their THEAs this week, and Universal Orlando had a lot of awards they won. They got things for outstanding achievement. For outstanding achievement of a theme park, that is Epic Universe. For outstanding achievement for a theme park land, that is How to Train Your Dragon, the Isle of Berk. They also won one for the Harry Potter Ministry of Magic, and they got it for the Monsters Unchained attraction. So across the board, they won some major awards this year for the THEAs. And again, that's part of the TEA. One of many new or one of many awards that are given out throughout the year for the theme parks, but that's definitely one that they wanted to win, and I know that they're very happy for that.
The awards have really just been coming in for Epic Universe, yes. And for these, some of these same things. These are not the first awards that specifically, Monsters Unchained or Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry have won.
That is correct. Earlier this year, the Golden Ticket Awards, they also won basically the same rides and the same lands, one for the same categories for that as well. So they're definitely being recognized for their hard work and all the things that went into creating that park and all the attractions we see inside of it.
And why do you think those are standing out so much?
They're truly revolutionary attractions. I mean, when we talk about something like Monsters Unchained, that's kind of like Disney's Haunted Mansion. It kind of feels like a modern version of that. It's something that takes you through this ride. It's spooky, it's scary, but it's still a lot of kids do go and enjoy that ride. Now, I'm not going to say that every kid will. It is a little bit of intensity there when you're in it, but it is a ride that really does what it's supposed to do right. It's got that story aspect. It doesn't heavily rely on screens. It's got fun maneuvers. It's got a really wonderful storyline and a queue and a show that builds up to it. People have loved that. If you've been on the Harry Potter Battle at the Ministry attraction, the queue alone has won awards. So you walk through that and they've got 80,000 hand-placed tiles throughout there. It is stunning. And even if you don't ride the ride, because it can have a very long wait, you got to go and see that queue. There is a way to be able to go up to that attraction and say, hey, I just want to see part of the queue. I want to go into the Ministry. And you can still do that and not have to wait the 2 to 3 hours. So for anyone that has the chance, please check out those attractions.
Yeah, I've seen the queue. I haven't ridden that ride, but even just walking in there, it kind of takes your breath away. It is. Yes. You're right. It's something to see. It really is. And now we also got a big announcement from Legoland, Florida this week.
That is correct. So Legoland Florida gave a couple more details on their upcoming Galacticoaster. They're able to talk about how it can be transformed and you can kind of customize the exact ride. That's going to be opening not just at Legoland Florida, but it's also going to be going over to Legoland California as well. Another great indoor attraction. This is going to be a family style ride. So kids are going to be able to go in and customize exactly what they get to have on their ride vehicles. When we go on that ride, we're going to see exactly what that means. But hey, it's an indoor, highly themed roller coaster that's going to be going to Legoland. It's the largest investment that they have ever made for that park as a singular attraction. And so I think, once again, we have another park that's doing some great work, and we're going to be able to go and enjoy that also in 2026.
Yeah, lots to look forward to. All right,
yes.
If folks are still hoping to head out to IAAPA, as I said, the convention floor is still open for another day after today. What would you recommend them checking out?
So IAAPA just has so much going on. I mean, they have everything that you need to really build a theme park. You could show up there and leave with all of it. If you want to have ticketing, if you want to have toilet paper, if you want to have food, if you want to have a brand new ride, it's all available. Just walk around and explore. You'd be blown away at how many things you look at and you go, I don't really know how that would work in a theme park. And 2 to 3 years later, it shows up at your favorite theme park in a way you didn't imagine. I love getting to explore. They have a section about brand new exhibitors for their first time. So that's great because you can hear about these companies you've maybe seen over in Europe or in Asia, and now they're making it over to the United States. And they have free food and liquor all throughout there. So you can go and try out a bunch of stuff.
All right. So you got some other ears perking up now with with that there. Well, Theron, we appreciate it. I know it's a lot to talk about with so much going on out there at IAAPA, and I appreciate you kind of boiling it down to the highlights for us and joining us from SeaWorld this afternoon. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much. As you said, there's a million things coming from IAAPA. You'll see things all over the world, but just here in Florida, we've got a lot of exciting things coming up in just the next year.
All right, a lot to look forward to. Theron, we appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are, a little less than a week out now from Thanksgiving, and so earlier today, Orange County Fire Rescue held their annual turkey safety demonstration because they say that cooking fires are the leading cause of home fires and injuries from those fires in the United States. And one of the days that we see that, or see a heightened risk for that, is Thanksgiving, specifically when it comes to turkey fryers. because if you do it wrong, it can certainly be dangerous. If you plop a frozen turkey in a specifically, especially an overfilled, overheated turkey fryer, that can be a recipe for disaster. And so earlier today, Orange County Fire Rescue held a demonstration where they talked about why that's important, what they want people to know, and also showed why it is so important that you make sure and do those things right.
So we're here today to talk about safe cooking with turkey fryers. It's a common thing in our community that people fry their turkeys, but there are a lot of hazards with it. There's a lot of threats with it. So we want to talk about today how we can prepare properly. That way we can have a great turkey at the end of the day. So an issue that we see is that people are buying turkeys that are too large for their pots. So the first thing you need to do is make sure you're buying a turkey that actually fits the pot you're going to be frying it in. After that, you want to make sure that you are prepared to have the right amount of oil inside of your pot. A common problem that causes serious fires are people overfilling their pots, putting a turkey in, and then the oil runs over. So ahead of time, take your turkey, put it in the pot and fill it with water and see what water level is to make sure it doesn't overflow, and at least 2 inches below the top of the pot. And then that way you know how much oil you need to put in. You can know the like amount to put for oil. Once you've done that, of course, dry off your turkey, dry off your pot, because water inside of that pot would be devastating when the oil heats up later. When you are ready to cook your turkey, make sure you're cooking a thawed turkey. Cooking a frozen turkey is a disastrous situation. You're going to cause a fire with that. So thaw your turkey ahead of time. If you're going to be doing it in a refrigerator, that takes days. It's roughly 2 days per pound, so make sure you're prepared in advance. If you're using soaking it in warmer water or using a microwave, you can do it closer to it, but obviously that changes the way you're going to cook it. Once you've thawed your turkey and it's ready to go and you're going to put it in your oil, make sure your oil is to temperature is 350 degrees. Higher than that is going to cause, again, another problem where the oil is going to overflow and cause a fire. So 350 degrees, not too much oil, making sure that your pot is anywhere near the home. Right there, that is a bad example. We're not showing you how to do it properly. We're showing you what the threat is. By having it close to a home, if there's a fire to occur, your house will catch fire. You need to make sure that your pot is on level ground. Having it on unlevel ground could cause it to tip over once you place a turkey inside. Another issue would be, what type of surface are you putting it on? That today is a wooden surface. We wouldn't want you to do that. If you had it on wood, again, if the fire comes over, you're going to catch the wood on fire. You prefer to have it on level dirt or level concrete, at least 10 feet away from your home, and that includes any overhang. You don't want a fire to catch an overhang on fire. So make sure that you're away from any overhangs and away from your structure. So once you have the proper location, the proper preparation of your turkey, including the level of your oil, you're able to start. And when you also should, I should add, you should also have a means of extinguishing a fire should one occur. We have a fire extinguisher there. You should always have a fire extinguisher nearby in case you do have a fire. So now you're prepared to start. You set your turkey in carefully, you monitor it and bring it out. You should be okay. You should not have any issues. Today our demonstration is going to show you how to do it wrong. We're not going to show you any of the right ways to do it. We're going to show you the opposite, because that is our common problem. This turkey is going to overflow the pot. The oil is going to run over the sides of the pot. You're going to see exponential growth of fire, because typically people are doing it with a frozen turkey or a turkey they haven't dried off the surface area to, and you're going to see that water being introduced to the oil, which causes an explosive fire effect. You'll probably see damage to the siding, which is very common because that heat will melt siding and could catch it on fire. So again, what we are showing today is the improper way. So hopefully people will use that example to take because it's a pretty dynamic example, to take it away from the building when they do it.
Well, since we're doing this outside, why don't I just grab my garden hose and I can put out the fire that way?
That's a great question. The garden hose would not be the way to put out a fire like this. You're adding water to oil. Water and oil fires do not mix. It is not the correct way to put out a fire. You should use a ABC fire extinguisher if you can. That's the dry chemical fire extinguishers. Most homes have those. And do it from a distance if you feel safe. Using a fire extinguisher is a Band-Aid, if you will, to put out a fire. If you're able to and you feel safe and you have a means of escape, please use your fire extinguisher to try to put the fire out. But I would immediately call 911, because if your extinguisher doesn't work, you're delaying the assistance of resources.
One of the things, I know that we use a lot of different types of oil. Should that be taken into consideration with our fire prevention measures?
Well, I think everyone should be careful with whatever oil they use. I know there are many different types of oil that are used by people. I do not have a preference for you, just that the temperature stays 350 degrees and not beyond that is the best recommendation. Anyone else have any other questions? Thank you. All right, utility. Yep.
Just before we light up the turkey, we also have a representative from Orange County Utilities, Milton Rodriguez, who is going to speak about how to properly dispose of your oils, fats, and greases after you safely fry your turkey.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Milton Rodriguez. I'm the environmental supervisor for Orange County Water Reclamation Division.
Step up to the mic just a little bit more. There
Okay.
you go.
And as we approach this holiday season for Thanksgiving, a time for family, friends, and celebration, I'd like to remind you about something we often don't think about, which is FOG, which stands for fats, oils, and grease. Every year, when you safely fry your turkeys, your casseroles, and those rich dishes, people tend to flush all of their leftover grease down their kitchen sinks. And over time, it might not seem like a big deal, but this grease cools, and after it cools, it hardens inside of your plumbing pipes. And over time, sticks to the walls of your sewage pipe and attract food particles, food waste, and create serious clogs. In fact, the worst time for sewage blockups is the day after Thanksgiving, which has been deemed by social media as hashtag Brown Friday. The results could be slow drains, unpleasant odors, and sewage backups. And no one wants to deal with this during the holiday season. So this is some things that you could do to help. Can it, cool it, and trash it. Pour used oil and grease into cans and disposable containers. Let it cool and dispose of it in your garbage cans. Wipe before you wash. Take paper towels, wipe excess grease off your pots and pans before rinsing. If we keep fats, oils, and grease out of our drains, we protect our home, our environment, and our community. So this Thanksgiving, remember, don't pour leftovers down the drain, save them for the trash, not your pipes. I'd like to thank you. Have a blessed holiday.
Certainly some important things to remember as we head into Thanksgiving week coming up next week. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look at Kia Center right now, where the Orlando Magic will host the New York Knicks tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock tomorrow. And the Magic coming off a big 129-101 win over the Clippers last night. Jalen Suggs led the team with 23 points. Franz Wagner had 20. We heard from head coach Jamal Mosley and forward Franz Wagner after the game last night, talking about the big win for the Magic.
Jamal, your group was really able to get out and run tonight. 41 fast break points, second most in franchise history. What did you like about your group's ability to get stops and get running the other direction?
I think you hit it right there. Stops to get out and run. We talked about it before the game. That's the point of our defense. We talk about the running game, but it only comes after you get the stops. Not frantic, but the right way. Let your defense create your offense.
Sorry, I thought you had more. Just given what Jalen has gone through the past 8-9 months, how gratifying is it to see performances like this from him, just diving for loose balls and doing what he does?
Doing what he does. I think that's part of what makes Jalen Jalen. His ability to do all the little things, putting his body on the line for those moments, making those hustle plays. I mean, he's going for blocks on 7-footers. Coming down the lane, but those are big plays for us. He made the big play the other night in Golden State, getting a block to finish the game off. So it's who he is, it's what he does, and we need that from him. And as he continues to get back into pure form, I think that's a big key for us.
How close is Jalen to kind of being, kind of fully released from any of the restrictions from his knee? I know his minutes have been bumping up. He's playing kind of longer spurts. Is he closer now to being kind of fully unleashed, so to speak?
I think we're going to have to continue to see how he responds after every game, and a lot of it when we have these next day maintenance days, the recovery days. I think those are very important for our guys just to get the most recovery because these games are coming quick.
Obviously, you talked about him being the head of the snake on defense, but when he's making all these plays, it's maybe been a while since it's kind of been fully realized. How much does that lift everybody else up and set the tone for the way this team needs to play?
I mean, you see what our bench does. When he makes the hustle plays, makes the big block, makes a big three in transition, he stands there for about 30 seconds and looks at the bench, and the bench goes back with him. But he gets the crowd involved, and our fans have been fantastic at home. So I think those are big keys for what he provides for us and what he provides for just this team.
Coach, your team was able to shoot over 50%, 52.9 from the three-point line. Just talk a little bit about shooting the three and getting back on defense.
I think we do a great job of trying to find that balance. A lot of those came in transition, where we got the stop. Guys were feet set threes. We threw it ahead, and they stepped into their shot. I think, Tristan hit one, Jetty hit one, Desmond hit one. I think those guys, the ability to share the basketball, and we're doing it after stops, which is one of the most important things for this group.
Coach asked friends about James had a really good game tonight. Obviously, you're a very competitive coach. One, what are some of the challenges you find in defending someone like a James Harden in the pick and roll? He did a great job in the high-low options, but you guys really did take away the other guys. And the second part of that is, are you willing to settle for certain things coming off of what James does on those high pick and rolls?
Yeah, he's a difficult cover. He's a Hall of Famer. I mean, the way he's able to score, the way he's able to do what he does, I mean, you're not stopping him. I'm probably losing my mind a little bit too much on the referees during the game, but that's what he does. He's a 92% free throw shooter, 38 from three, 52 from the field. Like, he does that. And so he's, while guys are out for his team, he's doing everything he can to help them find a way to get a win. But the difficulty is doing it without fouling. There's a lot of things you can do, but you foul him on the three, you foul him at the rim, and then if you step up too high, he's throwing the lob to Zubac. And so I think those things right there, it's a difficult cover. And what are you willing to live with? Tough contested twos, but he finds a way to not get there. He finds a way to get to the basket and get a foul.
Coach, plus 10 in the turnover margin for plus 20 points off of those turnovers. 6 different players, 4 steals, 4 different players block shots. I'm sure you love those results. Do you credit that defensive activity to anything in particular tonight on top of the different coverages you threw at Harden?
No, I think our coaches did an unbelievable job of putting out a game plan for this, and then looking at it at halftime and seeing how we could be better. And that happened with the fouls. I think he had 12 free throws in the first half, and I think he ended up with 12. So that ability to lock in, and our coaches did a great job adjusting to things at halftime, is part of what this group needs to continue to do. Follow the game plan to a T, and now live with the results.
Another quality win with Desmond and Franz shooting below average. What does those wins mean to the other guys, and how you can benefit from when they get their shooting, for when Paulo comes back and they have to support them?
I think it's just, are we making the right plays? Following our process. Are we getting the open looks? Are we getting downhill? Are we attacking the basket the right way? Are we doing all of those things? And I think we are. I think it just comes down to, concentration on finishes, but they're continuing to make the right play for each other. And they're not worried about the percentages of shooting. They're worried about finding a way to help this team get wins, and that's what makes them both competitive winners.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Franz, your group had 41 fast break points tonight, the second most in franchise history. What did you like about your group's ability to, attack in transition and convert on the other end?
Yeah, obviously that starts on defense. I thought we had good activity all night. Obviously Harden had a good game, but I thought when he got into the paint, just making sure we showed him a crowd every time, and I thought we were able to get some turnovers there and just get out and run and convert on the other end. I thought it was really good all night.
We've seen Jalen's minutes begin to bump up, but when he's making some of the plays that he made tonight on the defensive end, creating turnovers, we know he's the head of the snake and all that, but what does that do for you guys and kind of lifting your spirits, and especially seeing him now kind of playing a full complement of minutes?
Yeah. It's great, obviously. I thought Jalen set the tone for us today on both sides of the floor, and had a great energy about him all night. So, like I said, that sets the tone for the rest of the group, and obviously he's the first line of defense a lot of times. So everybody else sees that energy and is kind of feeding off of that.
I'm pretty sure you guys expect Paolo back somewhat soon, but you guys went through this last year without him for a stretch of games. How do you feel like you guys have handled it perhaps differently at all going through that last year and now again this year? I
think we've just handled it as a team. Everybody stepping into their role, playing confident out there, and doing what's asked of them at a high level. So if we can continue to do that, I think we're in a good spot right now, and obviously playing some really good teams in the next couple games. So gotta continue to get better and keep doing what we're doing.
James obviously had a pretty good game there. What are you guys doing from a defensive standpoint to try to take away the other guys, letting James kind of get his, or really kind of keeping those other guys kind of detained where they're not getting in double figures and kind of hurt you guys from a balanced offensive attack?
Yeah, I thought we did a good job showing him a crowd. Obviously, he made probably a couple too many threes that we want to get him inside the line a little bit more. But from then, just spreading out on the flight of the pass and watching personnel and knowing who you're guarding out there on closeouts. And I think the way our team is built, I think we got a lot of athletes that are good at those kind of situations. So I thought our activity, our communication with that was good, really good all night.
Franz, given the added emphasis on running off of stops or steals, whatever, how much of an adjustment has it been for the team to determine what are good looks, what are not good looks, as you speed up the floor?
That doesn't really change. I think the goal of playing a little faster is just creating an advantage without early in the offense, just by running a little bit faster than your opponent. So all the other rules that are in half court still apply. If two are in front of you, that means someone else is open somewhere, and good teams consistently find those guys.
Franz, the team forced 10 more turnovers than the Clippers tonight. 6 different players forcing steals, 4 different players blocking shots. Was there anything different about the game plan that stood out to you that led to those results? And what goes into deciding when you're going to run and push the pace, whether it's off turnovers or is it every play?
I think our game plan wasn't super different necessarily. Obviously, they're super heavy pick and roll team, especially when Harden is playing. So I think that's maybe different from some other teams. Like I said, just try and show him a lot of bodies and make him go through his progression. And then I think you want to be opportunistic and just always look to push when it makes sense, and kind of maybe someone is complaining or on the ground from the other team that it makes sense to push the ball, and even after a make. So but sometimes even on the turnover, they're good at running back and kind of playing good transition defense. Then it makes sense to just play in the half court and get a good shot that way.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. State CFO Blaise Ngolia, who in his role also serves as the state fire marshal, spoke today during a ceremony at the Fallen Firefighter Memorial, talking about the importance of first responders and honoring their service. Here is what he had to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Blaise Ngolia, and it is an honor to serve as your CFO and state fire marshal of the great state of Florida. First, I want to thank each and every one of you for everything that you have done in your positions as hometown heroes, and I'm going to thank you in advance for everything that you will do and continue to do as hometown heroes in the communities that you serve. And I want to thank you all for being here today to thank and honor these fallen firefighters. I know it's cliche, and I know a lot of people bring this up, but it is absolutely true that our firefighters, you all, run towards danger while others run away. And for that, the state of Florida and I cannot be more thankful. Your service to our communities makes a difference, an actual difference in the lives of the people across this great state. In Florida, department responds every 9 seconds. EMS rescue call occurs every 13 seconds. A fire occurs every 11 minutes, and a vehicle fire occurs every 61 minutes. Florida is very fortunate to have the best firefighters in the nation. But as we all know, firefighting has its risks. It is not a risk-free profession, and everyone here in attendance and anyone serving our communities know that those risks come sometimes with the ultimate price. And as our world has evolved, so have those risks. A half a century ago, when people were fighting fighters, it was a lot easier and less risky than it is today. Because when you all went into a burning structure a half a century ago, most likely it was just wood. Today it is vastly different. It is different in the fact that there are petrochemicals, plastic chemicals, and those chemicals become airborne. They're absorbed by the lungs, and they're absorbed by the skin. And we know that a lifetime of being exposed to that will cause occupational hazards in cancers that are linked to the profession. Cancer is the #1 health concern for our firefighters today. Second among them, and I am very thankful that we are acknowledging mental health here today with a new plaque. But unfortunately, our firefighters at a higher risk are diagnosed with cancer as an occupational hazard as ever before. As a legislator previously and now as your CFO and State Fire Marshal, I am committed to expanding our support of our firefighters and giving them the resources that they need to remain safe and to prevent future cancer diagnoses. Being here today was absolutely preventable. And I stand with Director Rice in saying, and others in saying, that number should be 0. We should never have to be here mourning the fallen. And we will never forget the legacy of the firefighters who have lost their lives to cancer. And we will not stop fighting to save firefighter lives in the future. Today, we are here to honor our fallen firefighters, our fallen heroes, and to remember their legacy of service to our communities. Every single one of these men and women made an impact, a lasting impact, from the people that they helped to the colleagues, and most importantly, to their families. And today we stand and we mourn their losses with you. Cancer is an absolutely horrific, terrible disease, but it cannot take away the memories of our loved ones. It cannot remove the mark that they have left and these heroes have left on our state, and we are memorializing them today. I also want to take a moment to thank the families of these men and women. Each of you supported our firefighters, these firefighters, throughout their careers as they fought the ultimate battle against cancer. As I look around the room at the beautiful families that these men and women helped build, I know that they are smiling down on you today. And I want to thank the men and women who have traveled here today from all portions of our great state, and the fire stations and the firefighters and the chief to come here and descend on this fire call today to honor them. I know that these firefighters will always be part of your individual stations, and their legacies as firefighters will continue to live on through the men and the women who have worked alongside them for so many years. We will never forget those who bravely serve our communities. We will never forget our hometown heroes. We will never forget them, and we will never forget the sacrifice that they made and you and your families have made for them to be firefighters. My promise to you that I will always be here. I will always be an advocate for the firefighter community. I will always be an advocate for the firefighter families. I am a newly appointed CFO, which means I am a newly appointed State Fire Marshal. You are all family. I just hope that one day I can be part of your family. And we will prove it by making sure that we eventually get to the point where we have 0 firefighter line of duty deaths. God bless you all. God bless our hometown heroes of firefighters, and God bless the great state of Florida.
That was the CFO earlier today, and that was just part of a very emotional ceremony, heartfelt ceremony at the Fallen Firefighters Memorial there, where we heard songs sung, taps played. Again, very emotional ceremony there earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We are heading into Thanksgiving week, where folks are getting ready for a lot of travel, whether that's by road, whether that's by air. We know there are a lot of people expecting to travel this week. And one of the airports that talked this week about how they're getting ready for an influx of travelers is Tampa International Airport. They say they are still kind of ramping up operations coming off of the government shutdown, where things were in a bit of flux. And now they are projecting 80,000 passengers a day during that 12-day period through December 1st. Here is what they said about how they're getting ready for that.
We're excited. This is the beginning of our Thanksgiving holiday period. And first, before I get into the Thanksgiving information, I want to give a big thank you and a well done to our federal partners, whether it's TSA, the Customs and Border Patrol, the FAA. The trying times of the government shutdown, we had minimal impacts here at Tampa International ourselves, and that's thanks to the support and the dedication and all the pouring of the community support for these federal partners. And it was a phenomenal effort, and I can't thank you all enough for everything to minimize the impact to our travelers here in the Tampa Bay region. So as we continue into our Thanksgiving holiday period, today begins that part. It's 12 days, runs through December 1st. We're expecting approximately 80,000 passengers a day, and with November 30th, our projected busiest day with 85,000 passengers. So we want to remind everybody that if you're flying domestically, arrive at least 2 hours prior, and if you're flying internationally, at least 3 hours prior. We can expect busier ticket lines at the ticket counters. We continue to work on multiple construction projects at the authority and across the airport, including our shuttle replacement program, where 3 of our air sides of our 4 have 1 shuttle running. In particular, our airside E, during those early morning hours, if you fly Delta, Frontier, or Air Canada, you can expect a little bit longer of a wait due to the volume of departures at that time. The roadsides and the curbs will be congested. We have a lot of families that are dropping off and picking up, so you can expect the extended traffic in those areas. Again, come early. If you have loved ones you're picking up, please use the cell phone lot that we have just off the parkway prior to getting to the main terminal. Also, we have our blue express curbs and our red express curb that just opened up, so those are huge valuable tools that you can use to pick up and drop off people if you're not checking bags. Parking will be tight. We expect to maximize our parking. It's a really good idea to reserve your parking. You can go on Tampa International's website and book that parking ahead of time. If you're returning a rental car, we encourage you to use a remote bag check that is at the rental car center, and then take our Sky Connect for about the 1.5 mile ride to the terminal. It's much easier without your bags, and that's free to the person to check the bag. It goes right to the airline. And then, speaking of the airline, if you have questions about timing and is your flight delayed or is it canceled, we encourage you to check directly with your airline. They will have the most up-to-date information. And with that, I'd like to introduce my partner in crime, our Federal Security Director, Kirk Skinner.
Thank you, Ben. Good morning, everybody. This has been a eventful period of time for us here at TSA. I brought some of our officers along today, as well as our Deputy Federal Security Director, Charles Miller, and the Assistant Federal Security Director for Screening, Dave Stewart. As I understand it, we started getting paychecks today, so I think everybody's happy about that. What I can say about the upcoming holiday season, Ben covered a lot of it. From our perspective, I just want to remind the travelers, check your bags carefully before you pack. Make sure it's entirely empty. We've had over 200 firearms come through this year, which is not good for the airport or for the passenger. The caution that you take when you're packing your bag will ensure that you know where your weapon is and it's not in your bags when you show up at the airport. So that's highly recommended. Also, I remind everyone that you can go to tsa.gov, and we have a section on there, Ask TSA. If you have questions about what's authorized to bring through the checkpoint, you can get an answer there, and you can get information about the screening process, as well as about pre-check if you don't have it. I highly recommend it. It's very useful and it's very fast. I'd also remind everyone that our ticketing document checker, we now have Real ID. So if you have it, just ensure that you bring it with you. It expedites the process. If you don't have Real ID, we're able to reconcile that when you get to the checkpoint. The traffic for us, and of course we're concerned with departures, we're expecting that starting the day before Thanksgiving, we'll probably start to see 40,000 plus numbers. And as Ben said, we expect those numbers to continue all the way through the Christmas season and New Year's. So it's going to be busy. And to that point, I do recommend that you come at least an hour and a half early. Our teams out on the checkpoints are very good. We typically have wait times of around 10 to 15 minutes, but during the holiday season it can get a little bit longer. And if there's any issues that we can't handle, then you could end up with 20-minute wait times. We very rarely ever see anything as close to 30. But you should be prepared. Come early. That way you can come through the checkpoint without any stress and know that you're going to make it to your gate on time and off to see your family and friends. I want to bring Dave Stewart up for just a second. Dave, you want to talk a little bit about the operation and some of the enhancements that we've got?
Oh, absolutely. So as was covered previously in the year, there's a few enhancements we've introduced this past year. Most notably is our computed tomography X-ray equipment, which is now on every checkpoint, which really enhances the customer or the passenger experience greatly. Many things can be left in your bag that previously had to be removed, as well as speeding up the process to a great degree. Of course, we still have our pre-check lanes, oh, excuse me, we still have our pre-check lanes for those passengers who opt to go that route. Another enhancement that we've added earlier this year was our family lanes, which we have on every checkpoint as well, that allow families traveling with smaller children, 12 and under, to be able to experience a slightly less harried experience as they go through the checkpoint wait period. So we've done a number of things to speed up the process, enhance the passenger experience, and we hope that that will ease the burden during this holiday season.
We'll open it up to any questions right now, and then I'll point out, you know, some of the people behind you are going to be working on Thanksgiving and the other holidays, and from our the guest experience, terminal ops.
Yeah, this is our team. So these are our representatives. We got our guest experience folks here. These are our leaders, our terminal operations, more guest, and then our maintenance team. We also have our airfield team. There are a multitude of organizations, just like any other organization. We're a tiny little city, so we have to have an occupation and a trade for everything. And so they're all going to be here. They're going to be here during Thanksgiving. They'll be here during the holiday, the winter break, the Christmas break, the New Year's, and they're there to serve the community. And they work really hard. I'm really proud of them. Yes, the Firefighter partners too, absolutely. So I open up any questions you guys have.
So the number, so can you repeat that one more time, the number of passengers? Yeah, the number of passengers expected to come to the airport.
Yeah, so the question is the number of passengers expected to pass through this year. We are looking relatively similar to last year, the numbers that we are projecting. Those numbers, and that's about 80,000, so 40,000 in, 40,000 out. That's the number that we're approximately looking at with a peak of about 85. But to your question, the numbers are very similar, plus or minus a 0.5% or so of what we saw from last year's Thanksgiving time period. Yes. So we have seen all of that clear up, and I'll defer to my FAA partners and the airlines and TSA, but we do not expect to have any of that residual left over. So as you said, the government's reopened. We are back to normal operations. We did have what was complicated that our team worked through was we were down to a single runway operation for the past few weeks, months because of construction. But our FA team and our ops team did a fantastic job mitigating through that. So we are fully up and running, ready for the holidays, and good to go.
Kirk, did you want to address it? Are you guys good to go for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, so for TSA, I can say that throughout the shutdown, our entire team came to work. We experienced none of the slowdowns, none of the issues with call-outs that other organizations and other airports have seen. And my hat's off to the officers here at Tampa and at St. Pete Clearwater. They just did a great job, and the public helped with some of that. We got over $10,000 in donations with gift cards that helped put gas in their cars and food on the table, as well as retail establishments here at the airport, to include the Marriott that provided food. I believe the airport also provided food, for that matter. I don't expect that we're going to see any issues with staffing. The holiday period for us is always a challenge, but in terms of staffing, as long as we've got the officers to keep the lanes open, the traveling public's not going to have any issues. And to that point, I would just say, if you're flying, I know it's going to be a stressful experience for you. It always is. But our officers are here to ensure that that process takes place effectively and efficiently, and that we ensure there's no threats. And we'll do our best to make that process smooth without any frustrations. But invariably, there's always something that goes wrong. Passengers that lose their ID, or they don't know where their cell phone's at. Our officers are very good at assisting with those things and making sure that everybody gets to their gate and on board the aircraft, and they're able to go spend time with their loved ones. So Is that good? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I will echo just one was to add on to what Kirk said. The FAA, very sentiment to the staffing that showed up. Our local FAA team, they had no impacts. Our Customs and Border Patrol, they were there. The stuff that you saw throughout the community, the other country, there was downstream effects because of the national air system, and you saw some of the cancellations from the national air system. But this community really stepped up proactively to support our federal partners. And Kirk named a few, and since he named a few, I did want to recognize that the United Way Suncoast and Feeding Tampa Bay and our authority team, we had a leader, one of our senior managers, Shannon Booz, that stepped up and started a coordination process when we first had the anticipation of the government shutdown. And between United Way Suncoast and Feeding Tampa Bay, rallied the community, created a one-stop resource website that had all the assets. So, and I'll give you some examples. Tico Food and Paper Products, Feeding Tampa Bay opened up some of their distribution centers to alleviate some of those concerns. Utility companies such as Tico froze the bills and any kind of fees that would happen for the federal employees. Schools gave free lunches. PTSA or PSTA, the public transit for Pinellas County and Hart, were free bus rides. We had donations from Delta, Publix, Columbia Group, and then the Aviation Authority helped donate gas to different partners and food, and whether it's pizza and the like. So we were very involved from the very beginning on coordinating and making sure these teams got what they had ahead of time. And we owe it to this community. We're part of this community, and this community really came through to make sure that any kind of impacts were mitigated so that our federal partners could come to work and ensure we had a smooth, secure, and safe operation.
Is there any increase in burnout among the federal employees? Are they still feeling that extra stress following the government shutdown, or is the paycheck coming in today making them all feel a little bit better?
That does make them feel better. I know it makes me feel better, and I wasn't under anywhere near the pressure that the officers were under and our junior staff members. As you might imagine for yourselves, if your employer stopped paying you for 44 days, what impact that would have on your finances. I think at a certain level, and they're more than free to speak for themselves, I think that once you go through that, it makes you a little more focused on your finances and how you prepare for something like this, because it's a bit of a social contract, right? We work and we get compensated. Well, that fell through for 6 weeks. I don't think I can safely say that stress is gone. I mean, it was almost a traumatic experience. For some folks it was. They actually ran out of money, and they couldn't buy food, they couldn't get gas. And so, that's on me to make sure that the entire organization knows that we support them, and we'll do everything possible within the constraints that the agency puts on us to make sure that they're taken care of and that they're going to be all right. And at the end of the day, we think of ourselves as part of the Tampa family. And I know that they appreciate what the airport managed to pull together to include what came from the United Way, which is just incredible. And they did the same thing for us several years ago when we had a shutdown. But it's important work. We all took an oath to support and defend the Constitution, and part of that oath is we committed to coming to work every day, regardless of whether we got paid or not. And the officers in this organization did just that. Even though they were worried about their families, their kids, their mortgage, their car payment, they came to work. So they're, in that sense, they're resilient, and I know that they're happy to be getting paid now, and it allows them to go forward into the holiday season doing the important work here, and at the same time knowing that their families are taken care of. That's a great recommendation from the Secretary of Transportation. I hate to say it, but probably once a week, we have a passenger that gets frustrated and loses control and gets into a confrontation, quite frankly, of their own making. And our officers who are focused on hospitality, we've been training on hospitality and customer service for months now. And they know it's frustrating for passengers, it's stressful, but there's a limit. And even though you might be angry or frustrated, you can't lay that on the officer, and you certainly can't lay hands on an officer, and that's happened. And that's when the airport law enforcement gets engaged and they resolve the issue. We're not law enforcement, we're not jailers. We have an important function in terms of screening for threats to the transportation system, and that has to come first. But we can do that while being hospitality focused and understanding that the passengers are in a stressful situation. So we try to mitigate that so it never gets to the point where the passenger has to be told, sorry, you're not going to be able to fly today. Being disruptive at the checkpoint is actually interference with screening. And on that basis, we're able to tell passengers, you'll have to leave for the day. You can fly again tomorrow or later date. I'm going to bring Charles Miller up here for that one. He has a long history with what we called our BDO program, Behavioral Detection Officer. So Charles, why don't you come up and talk about that? And he's my deputy, by the way.
Yeah, Charles Miller, Deputy Federal Security Director for Tampa. It's just pretty simple. You know, you talk about those passengers who don't fly frequently. This is even more foreign to them. So oversized liquids, gels, shampoo, toiletries, these type of things, we see a significant uptick in. And Kirk mentioned it earlier, TSA.gov has a comprehensive prohibited item list. We fully expect everyone to go visit that site. If you run that down, look at those prohibited items, make sure you don't include them, and your carry-on or your check baggage, you're going to sail through the security process.
Anything specific for Thanksgiving, though? Like grandma's apple pie or something that's unusual?
We've seen it all. And people try to bring food here all the time, and those things, liquids, gels, aerosols, those are the big ones. Those are going to slow you up. We want to focus on the high threat items when passengers are coming through here. So anything that can minimize that disruption and provide the space for the officer to focus on those things that may be more challenging, we want to do that. And so if you can minimize those things, it'll definitely facilitate the screening operation.
We are getting closer to that busy time, and we know airport's getting ready for that, so some good advice there. And just keep in mind to be patient regardless of what you're going to be dealing with, because we know that the stress can be high and frustrations can be high, and then dealing with some of those other pressures and just different things. So just be patient if you are going to be traveling. Plan ahead, give yourself extra time, all those things that should go without saying. And we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A health alert for you here. A common virus is spreading across the country, and there are cases of it here in Central Florida as well. We're talking hand, foot, and mouth. A common virus that causes fever, painful mouth sores, and a rash. Pretty common to hear it in kids, but we also have heard some reported cases of it in older people as well. Erin Bowers, a pediatrician with Orlando Health, was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about what folks need to know.
Yes, it's definitely going around. We've seen a lot of it this week especially.
Okay, so let's talk about, first of all, what it is. So my kids had it when they were toddlers, but then just a couple of weeks ago, I have 2 teenagers who ended up getting it, and I gotta say, I was kind of shocked.
Yes, so we see it most commonly under the age of 5, but several people have this multiple times in their lifetime, and it's most severe in those 5-year-olds, but adults can even get this too. Now, the symptoms can differ in adults or teenagers versus the young toddlers or infants.
Okay, so let's talk about the differences, because when my younger kids had it, I remember it was definitely on their hands and on their feet, but not in their mouths. But this time around, it was in their mouths too. I guess there's probably like different strains, right?
Yeah, so this is actually caused by a virus called Coxsackie virus. And, you know, the term disease is always very misleading because we think, oh, it's a long-term chronic condition. But this is another virus that we have. And usually what happens in our toddlers and infants is they get a fever, and then within a few days they develop a rash. You know, the big thing about hand, foot, mouth is we see it on the palms, and then we see it in between the fingers, which is very different than most viral rashes. But if we have it in the inside of our mouth, it can cause a lot of discomfort. It can cause pain, not wanting to eat. And it can be the same strain for several different people in a household, cause different symptoms, whether it's just a fever for parents, or whether it's the full rash for the infant, or whether it's just not wanting to eat for the toddler. So it can lead to a lot of different symptoms, which makes it hard to decide what is this.
And also very contagious, unfortunately. How do other people catch it?
Yeah, so the one thing about hand, foot, mouth, or Coxsackie virus is that it's not only spread by respiratory droplets, so meaning cough, meaning boogers, meaning touching things like that, but it's also spread by fecal oral route, which means that's why infants are so susceptible to it. Is if we're in a daycare center where we're frequently changing diapers, that can last in that stool for a long time. So we not only have to worry about the cough or the sneezing, but we also have to worry about hand washing. So hand washing is very, very important to prevent the spread.
And here's the frustrating thing. There's really not much you can do about it except what? Let it run its course?
Yeah, it's very hard to look at your child with all these crazy rashes on their skin, but we just kind of have to let it run its course. You can make them feel more comfortable with acetaminophen or ibuprofen, or cold things if it's in their mouth, especially in the back of their mouth. Cold popsicles are really helpful just to kind of soothe that pain.
Right. And we just were showing a list of things to not do. Don't share food, right? Wash your hands frequently. I mean, all the standard things you would do if you had a cold or anything, I assume.
Yes, all the same things, but just be extra precautious because it is so contagious.
Yes. Okay, I just have to ask you while I have you. So one of the kiddos that had hand, foot, and mouth last month got the flu this month. I know the flu is also really bad right now, and you're seeing lots of cases of that too.
Yes, flu A and B. So a lot of parents go, oh, they've already had the flu, they don't need their flu shot. No, there's 2 different types of flu. There's flu A and flu B. And so I've had kids who've had both already, and it's only November. We still have a few more months of flu season.
Okay, so definitely get the flu shot regardless, right? Because it should be good for both strands?
Yes,
okay.
Get the flu shot regardless of, even if you've had one type of flu already this season. It is going around like wildfire here.
Yeah, already going around in just the beginning of the flu season. We also have a scam warning for you today, and this one's about puppy scams. The president and CEO of the Better Business Bureau serving Central Florida was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about some of the red flags that animal lovers need to watch out for when they're looking to add a new furry member of the family this holiday season.
So always seems like such a good idea, right? To do a puppy under the tree at Christmas, it's such a sweet thought. However, there are a lot of things we have to be careful of, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, scammers are aware that this is a hot time of year to welcome a new furry friend into your family, and they're ready for that. So Better Business Bureau wants to remind people to not only not ignore the red flags, but you have to actively take steps to protect yourself this holiday season.
So what are some of the red flags? What are particular things you should look for?
You know, first of all, I would start with if the photos, if the ads, if the idea comes to you, as opposed to you went looking for this idea, you went looking for a breeder, or you went looking for an opportunity. If they come to you, especially through social media, these beautiful photos, you know, and then they start pressuring you. So the beautiful, beautiful photos, then they start applying pressure. They want you to wire money, they want you to send money. Then additional requests for money are going to come, and we want people to be on the lookout for that.
Okay, so that is red flag number one, would be any ask for money right away. And wiring money, that's also, I would imagine, a sign.
Yeah, you know, oftentimes we see the pressure. The pressure gets applied, and they say, you know, if this is the puppy you want, you need to place a deposit. You need to send us this money now. And then next thing you know, they're going to claim this puppy is sick. And you've already fallen in love with this photo, you've fallen in love with the idea, and you start sending money because they say, well, these are for vet bills. Next thing you know, they're going to be asking you for more money to transport the puppy, to ship the puppy, things like that. You want the best, you want a safe delivery, you want obviously a humane and careful transport, so you pay extra money. The thing is, at the end of the day, there may not be any puppy. We know that nearly 80% of these ads are fraudulent or scams, so we want people to really take care, maybe even do a reverse image search if you see a picture of a puppy. But all in all, if you can't physically lay eyes or hands on that puppy, ask lots of questions.
Okay, so how do you go about finding a legitimate puppy for sale?
Yeah, if what you want is to go through a breeder, if you know you want a specific breed and you've done your homework, you know, look through whether registration is important to you, things like that. But do your homework to make sure you're dealing with a breeder who has an established relationship with a vet, who has an established, you know, reputation. Finding pictures of puppies on social media is not the place to start. But if you're interested in a particular breed, also consider rescues. There are breed-specific rescues, but even then, ask a lot of questions. If your questions aren't answered, or if they apply pressure and they say, do it now, or this is gone, this is over, even though your heart is involved, you really want that, you know, that soft puppy, keep in mind, it may not exist. They may just be after your money.
Yeah, it's really sad state of affairs. You got to be so careful. And you mentioned the rescues. There are breed-specific rescues, and there's so many shelters. Check with your shelter first, because a lot of them have puppies this time of year too.
And those you can see in person. You can go and check it out yourself, and there's a lot less risk there.
Right.
Oh, and those animal shelter puppies as rescues, they're the best. I've got 2 of them, and I couldn't ask for better pets anyway. You might want to look to the stars this weekend. Saturn is going to be looking a lot different, and there's actually a Saturn Star Watch party taking place over the weekend at Seminole State College. We had Derek Demeter, who was on earlier today, talking about that and what folks need to know. He was on Good Day Orlando this morning.
So as we look out into the night sky tomorrow, what are we going to see?
So located around the south, about halfway up in the sky, there's a star. And to us, it just looks like a star, but if you know what you're looking at, that's actually the planet Saturn. And so that's kind of our main star, if you will, of the event.
So with the naked eye, you'll see something off in the distance that might look like a sparkle. But if you end up using these telescopes you're going to have at this party, what will you see there? Yes,
so every 14 years or so, there's this thing called a ring plane crossing. So Earth and Saturn basically line up kind of in just the right spot where the rings almost look edge on, and they almost nearly disappear. And this is a very unique way of looking at Saturn.
This is so neat. And I think as we think about discoveries and what we're going to find out about space in the future, our mind always goes to, Is there other life out there?
Yes, actually, one of the moons that you can see, there's going to be a couple of other dots when you look at Saturn through the telescope, and one of those dots is the moon of Titan. And Titan actually has an atmosphere, and we actually see that there's liquid on the surface that may potentially have life. So this is a very exciting opportunity to get a view of that from here at the college.
This is so cool. Okay, Derek, you have students, you're an educator. What are you hoping they take away from an event like this?
Really, it's about inspiration. That's what we do. So hopefully they get a chance to come out to the college and get a chance to look through the telescope, realize that, hey, I could do this. I can be an astronomer, or I could be an engineer that works at NASA or the other organizations and possibly build future missions. And, you know, obviously, you know, maybe they could start their career at Seminole State and then eventually move on. And we have a great program at UCF for planetary sciences that they could eventually work with researchers there. So we're hoping that people come in and just learn about their neighborhood in the solar system too. So there's a lot of opportunities, but our biggest area is inspiration, getting people to look up and appreciate the universe they live in.
Derek, big picture question for you. Why do you think it's important that we look toward the sky and find out what else is out there?
I think it also just allows us to become more connected to the cosmos. You know, the idea that if there's life elsewhere, you know, maybe we learn about how life began here on Earth or things like that. And it's just, I think it's just human nature to constantly look for new things. What's going on? What's over there? How we do that? And I think it just creates that curiosity. But from a more application point, by building these technologies that allow us to do that, it improves our lives on Earth as well. So by kind of using that as justification, we can help us and solve a lot of problems on our planet as well.
And you're bringing people together.
And bringing people together, exactly.
Amazing. One more time, Derek, where can people go for this amazing event?
So we're going to be at Seminole State College over in the Sanford Lake Mary campus, right by the planetarium. There's a parking lot just kind of between the planetarium and the baseball field. That's where we'll be. We'll actually have the ability to turn off the lights, so it'll be a nice dark environment. We're also going to be able to look at other things besides Saturn, the moon, subnebulas, star clusters, all kinds of stuff. So it's going to be a great night.
How cool is that? A lot to look forward to with that, and be looking to the skies this weekend. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We talked about how Tampa International Airport getting ready for Thanksgiving travel. Well, also a big announcement from Orlando International Airport this week when they talked about the $250 million upgrade for the tram system, the gate link that you ride there between the terminals and the security checkpoint area. And so this is part of a $5.9 billion capital improvement project expected to be completed by 2027. And here is more from Marquez Griffin, the Senior Vice President of Operations.
Good morning, everyone. Today we're just having a little demonstration and exhibition of what would happen in our gate link replacement program. Essentially, on the east side of the airport, servicing airsides 2 and 4, we are replacing the 4 APMs that service those 2 airsides. So we're taking a systematic approach, replacing one at a time over a multi-year period, just to ensure that we have the latest, the most current, new APMs servicing the passengers from the terminal to the airside.
You do a lot of trips a day. Can you talk about, like, I know the last one I think was 2,000. So are they too old, or are you just wanting them to be safer? Can you talk about why there's a need for this?
Well, with any infrastructure, modernization is key. All we're doing is these have reached their useful life, and it is time. It's just time for us to replace them, get us something newer, something more modern, something that can service a little bit more capacity, something that will provide a better customer experience for all our passengers traveling through the airport.
How much disruption do you anticipate for passengers?
Sorry?
How much disruption do you anticipate while the project's underway?
So we've taken a very coordinated and calculated approach to minimize the passenger disruption. Throughout the entire project, there will be one APM running. That APM does have the capability to manage the majority of passengers, especially for our 24-hour periods. So we've taken a very calculated approach to minimize the disruptions for all of the passengers with that one APM. Of course, contingency plans are in place. There's lots of coordination and collaboration with our airline partners to make this a success.
Are you going to start with airside 2 or airside 4? So there was 2 phases, one at a time, right? So which one are you going to start with?
So the intent is to start with airside 2, the airside servicing Southwest Airlines, gates 100 through 129. We will take a north to south approach. So the northernmost gate link on airside 2 will be the first one to take down, followed by the second one servicing airside 2, gates 100 to 129. From there, we'll transition over to airside 4, gates 70 to 99, where we'll start those 2 as well.
Can you talk about those contingency plans, like the buses, and what can people expect with those?
Absolutely. So our contingency plans involve busing operations. So should the one operational APM, one operational gate link experience any challenges, we do have a bus operation which we're readying to transport passengers from one airside to the other to minimize any disruptions should there be an unexpected interruption.
And it's about a 2-year project, and it's 2 separate airsides. So do you anticipate the first one to be the first year and the second one maybe the year after that?
So approximately 2 years, and we do anticipate gates 100 to 129 airside 2. That one will take approximately a year, and then we'll transition to gates 60 to 99. That one will also take approximately 1 year.
So the airport did basically the same thing on the other side in 2017, is that correct? When that happened, I believe it was in April, when the trams went down and hundreds of passengers crowded around trying to get to their gates, and a lot of people missed flights. What can you say to ensure that that won't happen this time, and have you learned anything since then?
So the replacement in 2017 on airsides 1 and 3, that we did have lots of lessons learned from that. That is why we believe that this will be an overwhelming success. For one, our busing operation is on a 24-hour standby, so we will have operators ready should there be an interruption that we can seamlessly move passengers from one airside to the other. Coordination and communication is always important in these circumstances, so we've established working groups with the airlines impacted, so we will have that constant communication, that constant coordination with everyone should there be any uninterrupted and unexpected interruptions.
Marcus, can you just talk briefly about your you are the lead of operations. I mean, you've seen this airport
So the replacement of these gate links, again, we're talking about modernization of infrastructure. So as we've reached the age where we think they're end of their useful life, this is when it becomes paramount. Again, as the passenger counts grow, as we experience passenger numbers like we've never seen before, modernization and innovation are two of our core values. So we continue to enhance the experience the passengers have when they come to Orlando. So part of the planning is a contingency bus operation. So if there's an unscheduled interruption, we will have buses at the ready just to augment any operation should the second that one run-in gate link go out of service. Additionally, we will have lots of ambassadors strategically placed throughout the terminal. First, to give passengers any help, any directions, any instructions that they may need. Secondly, as a customer experience point, should we have to go into a contingency operation, they'll help us direct passengers, they'll help us secure the passengers. More importantly, they'll help comfort and calm the passengers, explaining to them the process as we go through this contingency.
So exciting news there. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Florida Live starts now.
We're all hope that this is not a situation where a person would ever be expected to start shooting indiscriminately at these deputies. And just a terrible scene out there. Our team is going to be on scene for quite some time. It is it's the entire house is our crime scene. And of course, as you can imagine, our entire team has been activated, our team, our peer support team.
An awful day. That is what Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers had to say about a day in which one of his deputies was killed in the line of duty in Vero Beach. Here's what we know. This happened this morning at the Bermuda Club on A1A, just north of Vero Beach in Indian River County. The deputies were serving an eviction notice this morning when one Indian River County deputy was shot and killed, another deputy injured. The locksmith on the scene also was injured and we're told in critical condition this afternoon. Meanwhile, the suspect also in critical condition, shot multiple times. This is the story we've been tracking for the last 3 hours on Fox Local, on Fox 35 News Plus, and welcome in here on Florida Live this afternoon as we give you the latest. Want to bring in Jamie Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. I just want to get your initial thoughts and your reaction to hearing this news out of Indian River County today.
You know, another tragic event dealing with law enforcement. You know, our prayers and thoughts go out to everyone involved in this, Garrett. It's just horrible to see this happen again in our communities.
I want to get your thoughts on, we heard the sheriff in his news conference at noon say that this was a routine call. This is something that deputies do kind of every day here, serving these eviction notices. And I'm just curious what the training is like, what the mentality is like when you go to do something like this that is supposed to be routine, but as we saw today, isn't always.
Yeah, in reality, none of these calls are routine, Garrett, and we see this time and time again. Keep in mind, the people in civil, judicial civil department of this agency, they're sworn deputies. They have a badge and a gun. They're sworn. They do the quarterly firearms training, and they do all the in-service training. So they're deputy sheriffs just acting as civil officers of the court, if you will, to go out and perform these evictions and these sometimes unsatisfactory duties that a lot of people don't want to see.
We talk about the the training that goes into this, but at the same time, there is probably nothing you can do that fully prepares you for something like this happening, James.
You know, the closest case that I can find is going back to the Lake County case where the deputies responded to this crazy house. They made entry whereupon one of the deputies were trapped in the house and he was fatally shot and murdered, right? So, you know, no call is routine. All you can do is you've got to be right every single time. The bad guy can make mistakes after mistakes, but we can't be wrong. And this is a prime example of it just going south. And unfortunately, people were shot. A deputy his life was taken. But, you know, the officer that was shot and killed, she had 25 years of experience as a sheriff's employee. So, you know, we know that she was trained, but these bad guys are always unpredictable, Garrett. You just don't know what you're going to run into.
Yeah, and we know that deputy has been identified, 47-year-old Terry Mashko, and like you said, 25 years of experience. In fact, we just saw a new post from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office, posted a picture on Facebook showing this deputy who served her community for years and years, and her life taken today. And what we heard the sheriff say, just a heartbreaking situation there. And so I'm curious what happens now, and not from an investigation standpoint, but from their fellow deputies, from the sheriff, those who have worked with this deputy for a while now and still have a job to do, but also are dealing with one of their colleagues who has been shot and killed, and the other one who's in critical condition right now at the hospital. So what sort of strain does that put on a sheriff's office when it, not just resource-wise, but emotionally?
I mean, cops are no different than you and I. I performed that job for 25 years, and I can tell you firsthand, I've been through a number of these in-line deaths and on-duty shootings that turn fatal, right? But what you're going to see, and thank God this happens, you're going to see other agencies step up. They're going to slowly start assisting that sheriff's office. The closer you get to the funeral, you're going to see multiple agencies come in and take up the slack, if you will, for this sheriff's office so they can attend the funeral and such and help the grieving process start. The sheriff, he stated today, he's already getting calls from other sheriffs in other counties. You're going to have police officers from all over the U.S. Converge on this county to celebrate the life of this deputy. So I call it the machine. Once you have an inline on-duty death, the machine literally starts working. And before you know it, you have all hands on deck for emotional support and also to go out and help answer calls. Some of these deputies are friends of this deputy that was murdered, and they grieve just like us. So you're going to get an abundance of help from other agencies.
And I would imagine that is something that means a lot to those agencies when you're going through something like this, because I can only imagine how hard it would be to continue doing the job that you're supposed to do and put your full, heart and mind into it when you're going through what that community is going through after what happened today.
Yeah, no doubt. Going back to the Lake County shooting, or the fatal shooting of that deputy, we saw deputies from Orange County. We saw some of our deputies that went over and literally started helping to answer calls and to sort of relieve those deputies that needed relief for the emotional standby, if you will. So, it hits that agency hard. But here's the other thing. It's a brother and sisterhood. It hits everyone hard that's in that profession, to include our community. We're going to see a large support from community outreaches such as churches, civic groups, and just ordinary citizens wanting to help. So, I like to call it the machine and all hands on deck. And right now, we've got to get these deputies through the grieving process. But at the same time, we must have this. It's a crime, so that has to be investigated as well. So, it's a chewing bubblegum and walking at the same time, if you will, because it's a multi-facet deal that's always going to be in a fluid motion, because they've got to solve the case, they've got to work the case, collect the evidence, unfortunately, and go through that process as well.
And James, it seems like this is instances like this are things that we hear about and see more and more.
Garrett, try it one more time. You cut out.
I said it seems like these are instances and situations, talking about shootings against law enforcement, things that we seem to be seeing more and more these days. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Given the current political climate, everything is amped up by 100. You see federal agents, ICE agents, and other alike agents being attacked by mobs of people. Like I said earlier, the civil eviction process isn't a routine call. Let someone knock on your door and evict you. You as a person, you're going to take that detrimental. Someone's kicking you out of your castle. So, the violence is here. Even to our political people. We've got to tone it down, I believe it, as a society, and try to bring back some common sense so we don't see more of these political and also violent uprising against our law enforcement in whole.
All right, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live and giving your perspective here.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're getting ready to take a break here on Florida Live again, just to show you Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashko, end of watch November 21st, 2025. And our hearts certainly go out to that community, to her friends and colleagues, and to her family. We're going to take a quick break on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are going to check our Florida Live forecast, and joining me live now inside our streaming studio here is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who joins me on this Friday. Laurel, good to see you.
Friday, we made it to the weekend. Whoop, whoop.
We did, or just about did. Still have a little bit longer, but it's shaping up really to be a nice weekend here. I mean, just loving the weather and loving this little bit of a setup that we're in for what, about a week.
Yes, and it's just been gorgeous. And I feel like during this time of year, I feel like I'm so much more productive outside, because even though like we kind of get the nice weather all year round, in the summer, it's just almost that ridiculous kind of hot that it's like, okay, I don't even want to go outside at that point. I've done yard work. I've gone on lots of walks with the dog. Like, it's just been so nice the past week.
It's so much nicer running. I don't have to worry about all of the heat and humidity like you do during the summer. It makes a huge difference. But my wife and I are planning on working on some of our outdoor Christmas lights this weekend. Yay! Which is a little earlier than I normally like to put them up, but it's just going to be so nice. Like, might as well, you know?
True. And out of curiosity, are you one of those people that decorate for Christmas prior to Thanksgiving, or is it like a strictly after Thanksgiving?
Typically after. So
me too.
Even if we put the Christmas lights up this weekend, I'm not sure if we'll turn them on yet.
Yeah.
But at least I will have them up before next weekend, since we're going to be out of town for Thanksgiving. So I don't know yet. We like to give Thanksgiving its due, and then go to Christmas.
So a little bit of, I guess, personal news that I bought a house for the first time this year.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. Really exciting. So I've just been slowly kind of like accumulating like Christmas decorations, and so my house right now is fall decorated, but there's like reindeer, Christmas, like hopping in the leaves right now, because I refuse to take the fall decorations down, at least for a little while
Getting
longer.
best of both worlds right now.
Exactly.
and we're kind of getting the best of both worlds in the forecast right now as well, because we have these nice temperatures during the day, and then also the nice refreshing evenings and nights.
Yeah, it's been actually really nice outside at nights, but one thing that definitely I found out last night, Garrett, I went to the space launch. It was the 100th space launch off the Space Coast last night, and I was driving from Seminole to Brevard County, and it was so foggy on like those like little back roads that just keep going, and that's one thing that we are going to continue to see, especially through the overnights tonight, especially if you live closer to the I-75 corridor near the little inlets of either Brevard County, Volusia County, or closer to Hillsborough County. Be careful, because there is probably going to be a good amount of fog over the next couple of nights, but overall we are just in for some absolutely picture perfect weather. If you go to the thesaurus, there we go, and take a look at just any synonym for the word nice, any of those words will absolutely describe what the forecast is going to be. Taking a look, we're looking at temperatures throughout the mid-80s, no rain whatsoever. It is going to be absolutely stunning over this weekend. So Garrett, I know you're going out of town for Thanksgiving. I'm going out of town for Thanksgiving. Any travel plans? Where are you headed?
Yeah, we are traveling on Thanksgiving Day and flying to the Raleigh, North Carolina area to visit my in-laws. And so I know it's going to be cooler there. Not as cold probably as where you're going, but still going to be cold nonetheless.
Yeah, so I'm going back home to Boston, Mass. And very excited, but quite literally I had to just upgrade my suitcase, so I now have to check a bag because the sweaters are so thick. And so like I just had to upgrade the suitcase, because quite literally it was the sit on the carry-on and just try to zipper it, and it was just not working.
You didn't want to walk in the airport with all of those layers on?
No, I did not want to pull a Joey Tribbiani with every single jacket on whatsoever. But if you are going to be traveling this weekend, it's going to be picture perfect, whether you're traveling out of Orlando, out of Tampa. Things could quite literally look gorgeous wherever you are traveling to, anywhere across the country. It's once we head into the middle of next week, then we could be getting a couple of bumps in the road or in the air as we take a look a little bit later on. So Monday, Tuesday, absolutely gorgeous if you do have any travel plans. No weather restrictions there if you are are traveling out of Tampa, out of Orlando, things look absolutely beautiful. Wednesday, though, we are going to be seeing a weaker cold front try to make its way into the region. And then, Garrett, here's that forecast that you're going to be looking for. We could be seeing a mix of sun and clouds for your Thanksgiving, maybe a spotty shower or two. Those rain chances not looking high, but we could be seeing just a couple of spotty showers across the peninsula of Florida as we take a look as a cold front makes its way in. So kind of breaking down what we can see over the next couple of days. High pressure absolutely in control through the weekend. We're going to have a very weak cold front kind of passing to the north, maybe bringing in a couple of clouds later on Sunday, but things looking just absolutely gorgeous as we take a look at the next couple of days. Now, if you are planning on traveling out to the Midwest, taking a look at about Tuesday, another cold front's going to be moving in. This is what could be roughening up, especially leading to maybe a little bit of severe weather, and that cold front's going to be moving in towards Florida. This is the one that could possibly bring in a scattered shower or two as we take a look towards Wednesday, Thursday, and even into your Black Friday of next week.
All right, so changes on the horizon.
Changes on the horizon, and I know this is a very busy time of year for a lot of folks. We're going to get through it, and weather-wise, fingers crossed, shouldn't be seeing too much delays in that front.
Yeah, looking forward to Thanksgiving though. Always good to get to see some family and maybe everyone who gets a day off and enjoy a little bit of a maybe slower couple of days there.
Yeah, absolutely. And just being with family.
Yeah.
This is like one of my first holidays home in a while.
That'll be good.
So I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
But a question for you, what is the one thing that absolutely needs to be on the Thanksgiving table for you?
So I'm a good Southerner. My favorite Thanksgiving food item is corn pudding.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I love it.
That is not the answer that I thought you were going to give.
What's yours?
Oh, okay. So for the actual dinner part of it, it needs to be the green bean casserole.
Okay.
Absolutely, for sure, and that's
I'm
a
a fan
side.
too.
And for dessert, my mom's apple pie.
Ooh.
It is quite literally like a foot tall. This thing is absolutely huge, and I'm so excited for it this year.
Save me a slice.
Will do.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 news anchor Linda Hurtado, who joins us live now from Fox 13 Tampa Bay. And Linda, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too, Garrett. Hey, we're going to start off with a road rage story. I don't know, but I've tell all my family members never engage now with anybody on the road. It's a dangerous place out there, and Tampa police arrested a man about 1 week after a well-known local DJ was killed in a road rage incident. The suspect claimed self-defense, but investigators say after reviewing evidence and multiple witness statements, they found that the DJ was never armed and never posed a threat. So here's what happened. Joel Cobo was in court this afternoon on a second-degree murder charge in the death of Diedrich Sykes, who's also known as DJ Shy Guy. Police tell us that this confrontation started at a stop sign in Ybor City on November 14th. So Cobo was trying to move forward but was blocked by an SUV. So he flashed his lights to move things along, but when the SUV in front of him did clear the way, Sykes, who was behind the SUV, turned west. So a verbal altercation took place, and then Sykes stopped his vehicle. Witnesses say when Sykes, that's the DJ, got out of his vehicle, within seconds, Cobo opened fire, killing him. So Sykes was a regular DJ at a bar and restaurant in Ybor known as 7th and Grove. He was considered really an icon in the city's music community, and his friends described him as someone that was always mild-mannered, very cool, calm, collected, which is why it was really difficult for them to believe that he would be an aggressor in a road rage incident. Sykes was 41 years old. Cobo was denied bond and will stay in jail until his next interview. Well, this afternoon, Homeland Security held a press conference in Tampa to announce the arrest of 4 people accused of exporting artificial intelligence technology to China. So the suspects are Matthew Ho, a U.S. citizen born in Hong Kong but living in Tampa, Brian Raymond of Huntsville, Alabama, Tony Lee, a Chinese national living in California, and Harry Chen, a USF student here on an F-1 visa. All 4 men are in the country legally, but But authorities say over a 2-year period, they worked together to export what's called graphic processing units, or GPUs. This is significant because they were using cutting-edge GPUs from NVIDIA. They have immense processing power and are used in military surveillance and cybersecurity applications like designing and testing weapons. So while buying GPUs within the United States is legal, there's a limit on how much you can export, and it is illegal to send this type of technology to a U.S. adversary like China. Authorities say the reason this case came to Tampa is because Ho and Lee are accused of starting a real estate company here in Tampa that was used as a front to carry out the transactions. Here's what Greg Kehoe, the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Florida, had to say earlier this afternoon.
Bottom line of this investigation and this case that took place here in Tampa, and not some far-reaching place throughout the world, it came in from a company here in Tampa as the East Coast conspirators sought to send some of the most sensitive U.S. technologies to an adversary on numerous occasions for money.
Well, over the course of these 2 years, authorities say the men successfully sent 400 GPUs, first to Malaysia and Thailand, then to China, and made about $4 million. Quite the story. I'm sure we're going to hear more, too, Garrett. Hey, have you ever been in a self-driving taxi? Like just a car that didn't have a driver?
I have not. I would have to imagine it would be a little disconcerting at first, though.
Yeah, I agree with you, but like it or not, self-driving taxis, they're coming to Tampa Bay. I think they're already in Orlando, too. Waymo just announced that it will start testing robo-taxis in Tampa in the coming days. So Tampa is one of several cities that will be seeing these self-driving vehicles. Orlando is another one that will be getting them. So you and I both can test drive them if we'd like. Although they'll be hitting our local roads soon, it's still going to be about a year before someone can actually book a ride with them. And that's because they have to be driven around by humans to learn each of our city's traffic patterns and pedestrian habits first. So Waymo will consist of an all-electric fleet of Jaguars, and our Tampa Mayor Jane Castor says it's another step towards a safer, smarter, more connected city. She also believes the self-driving cars will have the potential to reduce crashes and congestions. I still want to hear more about that, but you know, not everyone feels the same. We spoke to some drivers who don't entirely trust the technology. We know earlier this year, Waymo recalled more than 1,200 vehicles due to minor crashes involving chains and gates across the U.S. The company says it was due to a software issue. The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration also opened an investigation into Waymo last year after its vehicles may have violated traffic safety laws. Waymo getting tickets. It says its cars were involved in 91% fewer serious injury crashes, though, than human-operated vehicles, and it currently offers rides in Austin, San Francisco, Phoenix, Atlanta, and Los Angeles. You know, Garrett, I know it is the way of the future.
Yeah.
Still makes me a little nervous, though.
You and me both, but I think it's something we're just going to have to get used to one way or another.
I agree.
All right. Fox 13 News anchor Linda Hurtado, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Have a great weekend.
You too. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. A 17-year-old student was arrested in Brevard County today after investigators say that student tried to bring a loaded handgun into school. It happened this morning at Palm Bay Magnet High School, and thankfully the open gate weapons detection system that was at that school and other schools around the county there alerted and was able to detect that weapon. The gun, we're told, was confiscated, the student taken into custody. Fox 35's Juan Rodriguez spoke earlier with Tom McDermott, who is the K-12 safety and security coach for CHEA USA. This is the company that creates that open gate weapons detection system, about how the system worked and helped prevent that gun from getting inside the school.
First and foremost, it's always sad to hear that, kids are still bringing guns, but, that's why we're there. The good news is, one, we detected it, but also two, the staff did their job, which is critically important. The human factor is a huge part of this because when people miss, it's humans that miss. That something may have alerted on something else, what we refer to as a nuisance alarm, but they did their job, and thankfully they found the gun, and the student was arrested.
Can you kind of walk us through exactly how your guys' operation goes after this takes place? Of course, the school and officials nearby are alerted, but then where is your guys' role kind of afterwards?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. We stand back. Our customers always know we're here to support them if they have any questions. But right now they're focused on, talking to their community, parents that are concerned, students are concerned. Obviously, certain people working with the law enforcement, but we don't want to get in the way of that. We're here if they have any questions and to support them. But it's a while, down the road, we'll check in on them after a few days and say, hey, is there anything else we can be doing for you, and things like that? Are there any procedures? Tell us about the procedure, the protocol, how you're able to do it. Is it something you want to educate other schools on to make sure everyone's prepared, everyone's doing the same thing? So it's going to be things like that as a follow-up, but we won't do that for days. So let things calm down and let them focus on what they need to be, which is talking to their community and students.
And for those who may not know, could you tell us a little bit about how, your systems and how they work and how significant today's detection was?
Yeah, so Che has been at this a long, long time. We've been securing literally, since the 60s, and securing popes and presidents and dignitaries around the world ever since. So we've been at this far longer than anyone else. 90-some% of the airports around the world use us. Theme parks, stadiums, you name it, they use us. So we've been out there a long time. The open gate is just one of our many detectors designed really for what we call weapons detection. It's really more just allow more personal items through, so we're not alerting on all metals, but focus on mass casualty threats. And there's certain metals found in guns that can sustain a magazine clip, or certain knives. While we can detect all knives with the open gate, really, that's not what schools are all focused on. They don't want an alerting on a pair of scissors or something. So we're focused on bigger threats like guns, but we'll catch knives as well. So that's what it's designed for. It was not designed for schools, just happens to also work very well for schools. So sadly, there's a number of guns being brought onto campus, and more schools every day are needing to do this. Evident by what happened today.
Is there a way you could describe briefly how your systems would differ, a pair of scissors, like you mentioned, compared to a loaded weapon?
Yeah, so we'll use the term a mass casualty threat, and that means something could kill two or more people. So a gun is a single shot, right? So there's guns that can be just shoot one bullet, right? So we're talking about guns that really can support a magazine clip. Okay, number one. So let's start there. Guns that have to do that they're ferrous metals, and metals that can be magnetized, and they have a fair amount of iron in it. We're able to distinguish between that metal and that composition and how much compared to an alloy water bottle. An alloy water bottle, an alloy a non-ferrous metal cannot support a magazine clip because it would melt. Okay. So that's one way, but that's based on certain settings. Again, some schools do want to find that small alloy knife. Okay, that's a different conversation. But most schools realize that, this is just another layer to what they need to do. It's not going to stop everything unless you really want to go to a TSA style checkpoint, which of course those are our detectors there. We can do that, but most schools don't want to do that. So we're focused on mass casualty threats for the most part, depending on the school and the threat assessment and what they feel. We don't tell schools, we don't tell any customer what they need to detect. They tell us what they want to detect, and then we tell them the best way to do that.
Very interesting. And then before we let you go, once again, thank you for a few minutes of your time. What message do you want parents and the community to take away from this incident?
Always ask your schools and districts, good questions, learn more about it, what you can detect, what you can't, the trade-off, what are they doing? Honest to God, human detection is really the best thing we can do. All the mass shootings we hear about, all the, kids are having problems, getting bullied, other things, the signs are there. We're not paying attention to them. That's most important. We're there as a safety net. We're not solving the cultural problem. We're not talking to the kids. They need to be talking to their kids, and they need to be paying attention to them. And really, parents need to look inward and not really point to the schools to solve all these problems. We need to be solving them at home.
Well, we are certainly glad that system worked as intended today with that open gate weapons detection system, identifying and alerting to that weapon that investigators say was loaded, that the student was trying to bring in. Again, that 17-year-old is now facing charges. We should also note that there are a number of other districts that use those weapons detection systems or similar. I think of Volusia, I know of Orange County, Brevard County. I think many of their schools have those. So it's something that is certainly becoming more and more commonplace in this day and age to have those weapons detection systems. We've seen them pay off and work in this way before, and that happened again today, everything working as intended. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back in just a minute. As we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera on this Friday afternoon, rather. Trying to jump ahead to the weekend already. We got a little bit longer. Keep it here on Fox Local, Fox 35 TV, and on YouTube, and we'll be right back. live look at the White House right now on this Friday afternoon. President Donald Trump expected to meet with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani in the Oval Office in about 20 minutes or so. Could certainly be interesting. We want to welcome you back here on Florida live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV today. Let me also give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol, where the Senate Judiciary Committee earlier this week held a hearing about ICE under fire and looking at the concerning rise of attacks on immigration enforcement officers. Senator Ashley Moody, Republican from Florida, one of the newest members of the U.S. Senate, she proposed and discussed in this hearing the HALO Act, which she says would go a long way toward protecting immigration enforcement officers. And if that sounds familiar to you, it's because it's modeled after Florida's HALO law that establishes essentially a 25-foot buffer zone around law enforcement, especially when they're making an arrest and that kind of thing. It strengthens penalties for resisting arrest, a number of things that are involved in this. This would also, on the federal level, would impose criminal penalties for those who threaten or impede federal officers trying to execute their duties. Senator Moody talked a little bit about that and why she thinks this would be an important step. And it kind of fits in with the trend we were talking about with Jamie Copenhaver at the start of the show in seeing more attacks on law enforcement. Here's what Senator Moody had to say.
Thank you for holding this hearing. I think one of the biggest mistakes we could make right now in the history of our country is to not examine this pattern of completely ignoring our laws under one administration, and in fact, not only emboldening and permitting, in fact, funding anarchist behavior under one administration. And then when an administration comes in to try to right the ship, restore the country, repair the damage, we get behavior that is not only obstructionist, subversive, but illegal, all in the name of what? For the life of me, if we want to ensure the devolution of our free state, our free nation, a nation under a rule of law, this is the quickest way to do it. And shockingly, we have not only funded and permitted this type of behavior, we now have lawmakers in Congress, senators, complicit. A video encouraging government officials to ignore orders. Our enemies, our adversaries across this world are laughing at what is happening right now. And not only are they doing this and encouraging the behavior, they are obstructing us and trying to fix this every step of the way. And it's not just happening in our cities. They just shut down the government for 43 days. Shut it down. And at what point are Americans going to catch on and understand that these are not lawmakers of yore? These are people that are here that do not, in any way, shape, or form, want our country to continue as the country it was founded to be 250 years ago, a nation under a rule of law made by the people, the people's law. And every time they're ordering a government official to ignore orders, they're telling them, ignore those that were elected by the people, ignore the law of the people. And so somebody in this place has to call that out, because that is the quickest way to lose this nation. And I want to say thank you for being here today and testifying. We have a law enforcement officer that was on the front lines and I was the Attorney General of Florida, and when the sheriffs came to me and said, the Biden administration is telling us to release people here illegally that are in our jails, they've committed crimes, and instead of taking them from us, as they are required to do under the law, and deporting them back to their home countries so that they can't continue to victimize Americans, they are telling us to release serious felony offenders back into the communities. And so they had to, because Biden was not following the law. And that happened time and time again. Drug traffickers, burglars, people, and did it shock the nation when we kept seeing crimes being committed? If they were paying attention, it shouldn't have. Because the sheriffs and law enforcement officers around this nation were being told by the Biden administration to push them back into our communities. Let me tell you another thing that I had to file suit on to get information when we found out. Historically, when we picked up people internationally that were trafficking drugs, killing Americans, when they were brought to our country to be prosecuted and put in prison for that, as soon as they served that sentence, they were deported because they were picked up in international places, because they were drug traffickers. Who would have ever released them into our country when their only skill is drug trafficking in the middle of a drug crisis? Oh no, the Biden administration did. They started taking federal prisoners in federal prisons for drug trafficking here illegally, and instead of deporting.
That was Senator Ashley Moody. I want to get you back to those remarks here as she continues to speak and talk about that earlier this week on Capitol Hill.
In America, and their only skill was pushing drugs into your communities. That's their skill. So thank you for testifying as what was happening. Now we have agents being directed, rightfully so, by this administration to go into communities and arrest those people that are here illegally, that have been committed crimes, many that were forced to be released by the Biden administration. And this is what we get. This is what we get. People threatening, harassing, victimizing law enforcement, trying to go out and arrest those people that the Biden administration pushed into your communities. And it wasn't just when they emptied the jails into your communities or they emptied the federal prisons into your communities. They kept letting everyone just walk into our country, hundreds of thousands of people every month, and push them in mass quotas to release into our country. They called it their discretion to parole. No vetting done. They kept saying, there's nothing happening at the border. Our border is secure. They testified to Congress under oath that our border was secure. And then they blamed Congress that they couldn't do anything else. How long did it take for President Trump to shut down the border? They've released zero in the last 6 months. Compare those same 6 months to the Biden administration, hundreds of thousands of people pushed into our country, barely vetted. This is what's happening when we're trying to make sure that our communities are safe. That's why I'm introducing an act called the HALO Act, which would give these men and women who took an oath to protect our communities and put American safety ahead of their own, a buffer zone while they do their jobs. They should not have to tolerate this. If they tell someone to step away because they're trying to do their duties, that we as the American people have asked them to do, that we as the American people have asked them to do and put their lives on the line to do, they shouldn't have to deal with this. And I hope every single one of my colleagues understands that without men and women that take that oath and serve on that very thin line, we don't have a country under a rule of law. We ask them to do incredibly dangerous jobs. We could give them the space to do it. I also believe there is absolutely no way that these groups should be funded with American tax dollars. Talk about our adversaries laughing. It's like pouring acid on the fibers that bind us together as a nation, that create that strength. We're now going to take tax dollars and weaken that, going against the men and women trying to ensure safety, funding the people that are threatening and harassing them. Ms. Cathell, I thank you for your testimony. And what you've said today is that American tax dollars have gone to this subversive network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Carter Walters, what you're saying today, and thank you so much for being here today. I have often said that the very people that the folks across the aisle profess to want to protect are the very ones they are hurting with their insane, undermining policies. And it is so refreshing to hear someone, a resident of a place where this is happening, speak out and said, if they were looking out for Americans, the country that they swore to come in and represent the people and not the criminals, this country would look very different. Thank you for your bravery and your courage to come here today. I don't know if that makes you any more popular in your community, but you're certainly representing what our founders imagined for a nation under a rule of law. And I am grateful to you. Do you believe that federal funding should go to states and cities that are sanctuary cities that refuse to enforce the law and refuse to work with federal law enforcement?
No, I don't believe that. And I just want to say it's not surprising that we don't see no Democrats here, because that's what's happening in Chicago. They don't care about the American citizens or want to hear what we have to say. So thank you for giving us a voice. This right here, what you see.
Senator Ashley Moody questioning one of the witnesses there in that hearing this week as she discussed the HALO Act and what she hopes would be its effect. Also want to let you know that we are standing by for a news conference at 3 o'clock from Grady Judd in Polk County, where we expect him to announce the arrest of the former CEO of the East Polk County Association of Realtors, now facing charges for grand theft. So if you want to see that news conference, we will be live streaming that at the top of the hour when it begins on Fox Local. So you will be able to watch us on our live stream with additional coverage as we extend our live streaming coverage for that. We are getting ready to take one more break here on Florida Live, though, and we will be right back after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Live look right now along International Drive, where at the Orange County Convention Center, IAPA continuing again today and wrapping up tomorrow. It has been a big week, a lot of news coming out of there. And earlier I talked with Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, who gives us the highlights, starting with a new ride announced at SeaWorld.
Orlando announced that they are going to be collaborating with Vekoma to build an all-new type of dark ride system, SeaQuest Legends of the Deep. I'm over right now in the wild Arctic area of the park, and while we've got the Icebreaker coaster behind me. We've got some of the construction for this upcoming 2026 ride right there. There's going to be a lot of exciting things to come out. We don't know every detail, but we do know it's family friendly. We know it's going to be built by Vekoma, which is one of my all-time favorite ride manufacturers. And, you know, it's going to be another indoor attraction here at SeaWorld. So another spot to kind of avoid some of the sun, some of the rain, and some of the heat.
And we got to look at this new ride vehicle earlier this week at IAAPA.
Yeah, it is a very, very cool ride system. So it's going to be suspended from the top, and it is going to be a dark ride system. So you're going to go in through different scenes. You're going to go through the Legends of the Deep. The vehicle itself, it's got audio effects. It's able to swing back and forth. It can move forward at a leisurely pace to be able to go and enjoy your ride. And then it's got these little like butt rumblers. I'm very interested to see exactly how that's going to be used inside of the attraction.
Yeah, pretty cool though, and just another kind of advancement for SeaWorld. They've really been kind of stepping out and doing some new things lately. It seems like with a lot of these rides.
That's absolutely correct. It's not the only new one. In fact, behind me in this direction over here, we've got Expedition Odyssey, which is their brand new ride for this year. It's going to be a simulator that's going to be using real world footage, and you're going to be taken into the Arctic. You're going to see animals, and it's cool that it's not just a simulator. It doesn't just have cool wind effects. It's got all of the sounds, but it's using real footage. So you're going to actually see animals in their actual environments, and you get to go on that experience. And again, especially for here in Florida, it's going to be indoors.
Yeah, even better. Love that. Theron, let's talk about Epic Universe because they won a lot of awards, major awards this week as well.
Yes, the TEA, that is the Themed Entertainment Association, they had their THEAs this week, and Universal Orlando had a lot of awards they won. They got things for outstanding achievement. For outstanding achievement of a theme park, that is Epic Universe. For outstanding achievement for a theme park land, that is How to Train Your Dragon, the Isle of Berk. They also won one for the Harry Potter Ministry of Magic, and they got it for the Monsters Unchained attraction. So across the board, they won some major awards this year for the THEAs. And again, that's part of the TEA. One of many new or one of many awards that are given out throughout the year for the theme parks, but that's definitely one that they wanted to win, and I know that they're very happy for that.
The awards have really just been coming in for Epic Universe, yes. And for these, some of these same things. These are not the first awards that specifically, Monsters Unchained or Harry Potter and the Battle at the Ministry have won.
That is correct. Earlier this year, the Golden Ticket Awards, they also won basically the same rides and the same lands, one for the same categories for that as well. So they're definitely being recognized for their hard work and all the things that went into creating that park and all the attractions we see inside of it.
And why do you think those are standing out so much?
They're truly revolutionary attractions. I mean, when we talk about something like Monsters Unchained, that's kind of like Disney's Haunted Mansion. It kind of feels like a modern version of that. It's something that takes you through this ride. It's spooky, it's scary, but it's still a lot of kids do go and enjoy that ride. Now, I'm not going to say that every kid will. It is a little bit of intensity there when you're in it. But it is a ride that really does what it's supposed to do right. It's got that story aspect. It doesn't heavily rely on screens. It's got fun maneuvers. It's got a really wonderful storyline and a queue and a show that builds up to it. People have loved that. If you've been on the Harry Potter Battle at the Ministry attraction, the queue alone has won awards. So you walk through that, and they've got 80,000 hand-placed tiles throughout there. It is stunning, and even if you don't ride the ride, because it can have a very long wait, you got to go and see that queue. There is a way to be able to go up to that attraction, say, hey, I just want to see part of the queue. I want to go into the Ministry. And you can still do that and not have to wait the 2 to 3 hours. So for anyone that has the chance, please check out those attractions.
I've seen the queue. I haven't ridden that ride, but even just walking in there, it kind of takes your breath away. It is. Yes. You're right. It's something to see. It really is. And now we also got a big announcement from Legoland Florida this week.
That is correct. So Legoland Florida gave a couple more details on their upcoming Galactic Coaster. They're able to talk about how it can be transformed and you can kind of customize the exact ride. That's going to be opening not just at Legoland Florida, but it's also going to be going over to Legoland California as well. Another great indoor attraction. This is going to be a family style ride. So kids are going to be able to go in and customize exactly what they get to have on their ride vehicles. When we go on that ride, we're going to see exactly what that means. But hey, it's an indoor, highly themed roller coaster that's going to be going to Legoland. It's the largest investment that they have ever made for that park as a singular attraction. And so I think, once again, we have another park that's doing some great work, and we're going to be able to go and enjoy that also in 2026.
Yeah, lots to look forward to. All right, yes. If folks are still hoping to head out to IAAPA, as I said, the convention floor is still open for another day after today. What would you recommend them checking out?
So IAAPA just has so much going on. I mean, they have everything that you need to really build a theme park. You could show up there and leave with all of it. If you want to have ticketing, if you want to have toilet paper, if you want to have food, if you want to have a brand new ride, it's all available. Just walk around and explore. You'd be blown away at how many things you look at and you go, I don't really know how that would work in a theme park. And 2 to 3 years later, it shows up at your favorite theme park in a way you didn't imagine. I love getting to explore. They have a section about brand new exhibitors for their first time. So that's great because you can hear about these companies you've maybe seen over in Europe or in Asia, and now they're making it over to the United States. And they have free food and liquor all throughout there. So you can go and try out a bunch of stuff.
So it's still time to enjoy IAPA and everything that goes along with that. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. It has been a busy day, 4 hours of live streaming. We got a little bit more because we're going to take you to that news conference in Polk County. So if you're watching on TV, switch on over to Fox Local and we'll have more in just a minute. Have a great afternoon and we'll see you soon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us this afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Been a busy last 4 hours on Fox Local here. We spent our last hour together on TV as well. And if you were watching us there, you heard me talk about an upcoming news conference in Polk County, and that is why we are extending our live streaming coverage here right now. Give me 1 second here and I will dial in that news conference for you, give you a live look right now inside the Sheriff's Office, the Polk County Sheriff's Office Operations Center in Winter Haven, where we expect to hear from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd any minute now. He is talking about the arrest of the former East Polk County Association of Realtors CEO. Her name is Jennifer Garula Mers. She was arrested on a charge of grand theft. Let me show you the Facebook post from the Polk County Sheriff, who was talking about this. Give me 1 second here, just so that I can make sure we leave that live picture up as well. There we go. All right, we've got it now. CEO Jennifer Garula accused of stealing $81,000 from the Realtor Association there in East Polk County. These are some of the details there. An arrest warrant issued yesterday for charges of grand theft, being held on no bond right now until first appearance. So again, we still don't have any more details about what happened here, at least not just yet, but we are expecting those details any minute now at a news conference in Polk County. And so we are going to stand by and wait for that to begin. And before that, we're actually going to take one quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But if the sheriff walks up, we will come back from that break early. You won't miss anything from that. So just want to let you know, keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Still standing by for Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, expected to give details any minute now on the realtor arrest, now charged with potentially stealing $81,000 from the East Polk County Association of Realtors. This is the former CEO of that group, now facing charges here. So we expect to hear from the sheriff very shortly. We are standing by, monitoring for that, and we'll bring that to you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd walking up to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Roll out, but I really think that the people who want to know and need to know will be comfortable with the extra few minutes. We're going to talk today for a few minutes about the East Polk County Association of Realtors and their ex-executive director, Jennifer Garula Mers, M-E-R-S, Mers. Here's what's important to understand. This all started in about 2021, 2022, when a realtor by the name of R.J. Webb was elected the president of the association. And he began to notice things that were inappropriate. So as president of the association, at the board meetings, he challenged the executive director to see documents, to see financials, to see information. The executive director absolutely refused to show the president of the association the appropriate documents. Not only that, the board of directors backed up the executive director, Jennifer Mers, as opposed to their own president, R.J. Webb. They said he was just trying to cause trouble. It was abundantly evident that there was a problem. So this internal strife went on for a period of time, and R.J., who can provide more details for those in the association, finally personally brought lawsuit in order to stop this conduct and to stop what he believed to be the theft of funds. This is EPCAR's photograph of Jennifer Garula Mers. She ultimately, during the process of the lawsuit, which by the way, they lost, was terminated from her job in August of 24. So this went on about 2 years before she was terminated. But we were also called in to do an investigation on September 16th of 24. Aha. There was more to it. So before we got into it to do this, we got into it to investigate David Stachwick. He's 55 from Weeki Wachee. Now let me tell you about him. After RJ filed the lawsuit, and now this is still all civil, RJ and his father, who is a realtor, Webb's Real Estate, got a call from an Anthony. Hey, I'm Anthony from Chicago. Things are not going to end well if the lawsuit doesn't stop. You know, it needs to drop the lawsuit or it won't end well. So at that time, John and RJ, who by the way recorded the conversation, said, "Are you threatening us? Are you threatening us?" Hey, I've run the streets of Chicago. I can just tell you, this may not end well. So that was the end of the phone call. Our detectives, which are the total, absolute best, took that anonymous phone call, allegedly from Anthony, threatening RJ and John Webb if they didn't drop their lawsuit, and did an investigation. Our detectives are so good that they found the phone. They found where the phone was sold in Orlando. They found that the phone in Orlando was sold to a Michael Smith. Michael Smith bought the phone for David. David had been hired by Jennifer to do some paving. So as a result of being able to put the investigation together, and there was a lot of investigation, we charged David with extortion, a felony 2, tampering with evidence, a felony 3, and use of a two-way communication, a felony 3. Those charges are pending for threatening the Webbs because of the remarkable work. The lawsuit goes on. Now we're involved in the investigation. Along the way, in July of 24, while our detectives are doing that investigation, we arrest Jennifer for the first time for resisting arrest. Now, this is EPCAR's picture of Jennifer, and this is what you look like after you've been investigated by the sheriff's office for a couple of years. So our detectives that work the fraud unit begin their investigation, and they determine in a criminal investigation what was also determined in a civil investigation, that there was more debauchery afoot. In fact, she was double paying herself. She was cutting checks direct, and she was doing direct deposit. We found where there were bonus payments to her. We found where there was credit card abuse. Now think about this for a second. While she's employed, she's using the credit card to buy personal grooming supplies, beauty products. This is why she's working, stealing their money. This is what she looks like after she can't buy any more grooming supplies and beauty products, and she's under investigation. So the investigation goes on. Our detectives working with the state attorney's office were able to obtain warrants for her arrest. She lived in Hernando County, where she was taken into custody on grand theft charges of more than $20,000, which is like an F2, as well as many other criminal charges. Here's what's interesting to understand. And I say this, East Polk County Association of Realtors Board of Directors at the time circled the wagon in her favor, as opposed to listening to R.J. Webb and looking at the obvious information. When you have an executive director that looks the board of directors in the eyes, looks the president in the eyes, and she works for them and refuses to produce documents, in our world we call that a clue. But they still supported her and forced RJ and his father to go out on their own to sue in order to try to save EPCAR. The sad circumstances is EPCAR is really on the ropes right now. They're all but broke. In fact, they're in the process of maybe merging with another association so that they can continue on. East Polk County Association of Realtors has been in place for decades and decades and decades. There was no checks and balances by the board of directors. They took her job and her side, they took her side while she's doing her job. She very rarely came to the office. She was hired during the COVID years. There was no follow-ups. The bookkeeper just did what the executive director said. The executive director hired her on staff, so there was no one to say, whoa, there's a problem here. When the new, and I understand why they didn't, because when the new president comes in and says there's a problem here, the executive board of directors ignores him, chastises him, suggests he not only leave the presidency, but leave the association. But who was right here? Who tried to save the association here? And in the process, David, AKA Anthony, threatened them if they didn't drop the lawsuit. This is a made-for-television movie. It didn't have to be that way. Any association, whether you're Little League, T-ball, any volunteer association has to have independent checks and balances. and EPCAR didn't have those in place, as they should have, and then ignored the person who tried to bring to their attention, we're being ripped off by our own executive director. The good news is most of that board has termed off, and the new interim CEO came to us and reported this criminal allegation that our fraud unit followed up on, and ultimately caused Jennifer to get arrested today. Jennifer is currently in the Hernando County Jail under no bond, and cases are proceeding against her, as well as her, what we believe to be co-conspirator, to try to stop the lawsuit and the action. Are there any questions?
When will she be, or him as well, I suppose, when will they be brought here to?
David has already bonded out of jail because he was arrested some time ago. His charges are pending. If she does not post bond, she'll go to first appearance today. The judge can leave it at no bond and send her back to Polk County. He can allow her to post a bond and then report back to Polk County to stand trial. So we don't know whether she stays in jail under no bond, whether she's given a bond. If she can't make the bond, then she'll be extradited back to Polk County, where she'll sit in our jail. She needs to sit in jail. She's a thief. She's a con. She's a crook. Let me say that again for that board of directors that had their head up their butt and didn't do what was right. She's a crook, she's a thief, she's a con. And you allowed her to do it when you should have been looking out for the East Polk County Association of Board of Realtors, and you didn't. But thank goodness there are those people that are ethical and moral and won't give up. It would have been real easy for R.J. Webb and John Webb of Webb's Realty just to have walked away from it. But they wouldn't walk away from doing what was right. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all very much.
Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd there speaking about the charges against the former CEO of the East Polk County Realtor Association, accused of stealing $81,000, and some harsh words there from the sheriff. Thanks for watching our extended coverage here on Fox 35 News Plus today. We are going to get you to your regular programming already in progress, and that's Read Between the Sidelines with Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp. So thanks for watching, and keep it right here on Fox Local.
Nation. I also think that if UGA is going to make it to the SEC championship, which right now looks like they are, I think Gunnar definitely has some good chances of heading to New York.
Yeah.